Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to We Are Tottenham TV. Spurs have lost 1-0 to Bournemouth in a shambolic display. We've got a hefty stream for you guys today. It's probably going to go on for a good 2.5 to 3 hours.
Get your cups of teas ready.
Exactly, get your cups of teas ready. And hit that like button, smash that subscribe button as well.
I don't know how comfortable you'll be doing this stream with what we have to say.
Well, I don't know how comfortable we're going to be with what we're going to have to say. So we can all sit here and be uncomfortable together. But we'll start off getting into the match review, because it really was a shambolic display yesterday. And now you've slept on it. Do you feel better or do you feel worse?
Do I feel better or I don't feel any better, to be honest.
Do you feel worse?
I don't feel any worse. I think yesterday was definitely, in terms of the project, in terms of, and not just me, I think a lot of fans, especially who've been positive about Ange, it's probably the lowest I felt in terms of where I feel about where the project is going. Because last season, when we've had bad results, you can kind of excuse it. We know that he was going to be a massive rebuild and all this kind of stuff. We know the circumstances he came into the club, a fractured club that needed a rebuild, that needed a refresh, with a lot of players going out the door, losing your best ever player in Harry Kane, changing the playing style. So when these results came last season, even though we started obviously unbelievably, you can kind of like explain it, you can excuse it. It was always going to be a lot of teething problems. I would say though, the performances late last season, in like April time, they were a bit of a red flag, and I said that at the time, that was a bit of a worry, that how we were playing, because you would think that as the season goes on you'd be getting better, not getting worse. And the performances late last season were terrible, let's be honest, like the Fulham game, and I know we had some hard games, but the Newcastle game, the Liverpool game where we capitulated as well, we had some very, very bad performances in like April time last season, and that was a worry. But we ended up finishing 5th, which wasn't a terrible result. So going into this season, I know we didn't have, definitely in hindsight, but at the time we didn't have a great summer. We did bring in Solanke through the door. But anyway, the point is, you would have hoped during the summer, more time on the training pitch with Ange, all this kind of stuff. You would have hoped you'd start seeing this team now move in the right direction. And I thought, as much as we didn't see it in results-wise at the beginning of the season, I thought there were signs that it might be starting to happen. We might be starting to get a team that's, playing consistently well, getting used to what Ange wants to do, all the players buying into it and everything like that. And we maybe didn't get some of the results we deserved earlier on in the season, but I think there were definitely signs from what we were seeing that we were going to be seeing this team move in the right direction. And hopefully this season we can really... I don't think anyone really expected us to challenge for a league title, but I think a top 4 challenge was definitely expected, I think, for most in the fan base. Whether we would get there or not is a different question, but I definitely think people expected us to be in that top 4 race. I think that's fair. So the fact we're sitting here in December now, 14 games into the season, 8 points off 3rd, 6 points off 4th, in 10th position, in a position which, let's be honest, no one would accept us finishing come the end of the season, and having some of the results that we've had in recent weeks, such as Ipswich, Palace, obviously the Fulham performance, and now this one to add to the list, is very, very disheartening, and it's hard to explain. I understand the squad's running thin and all these different things, but at the end of the day, Ange he's here. His role, obviously, is as much as it is to progress the football club and head this project, he also has to be getting results along the way. And I think it would be more understandable in a weird way if we lost like Man City and beat Ipswich. At least that shows that we can consistently beat these lower teams. But at the moment, the range of results is so wild. I think the biggest problem at the moment is we've gone from consistent performances, inconsistent results, to inconsistent results and inconsistent performances. Now it's consistently poor performances and consistently poor results, apart from obviously the City game. And that's kind of the big worry, is we've gone from inconsistent form to poor form. That is the big worry. And now the big concern for everyone at the moment is we're in poor form. And this team is looking very leggy. We do have a lot of injuries in the squad. And can Ange muster up big performances out of this squad with limited options and a leggy squad, and maybe a bit of lack of belief at the moment, which maybe we're seeing in this team in terms of how we're going about our game. Are we putting too much risk in our football? I think when I'm looking at how we set up, and I definitely see there's a problem, especially when our two centre-backs have possession. That's a big issue for me at the moment, which he hasn't been able to sort out. I remember reading a tactical thread from, I think it was a Euro expert earlier in the season. He was talking about the Newcastle game, where we actually did play quite well. And he pointed out when our two centre-backs have the ball, they're very isolated when they have the ball. And our full-backs, a lot of the time, are tucked in, but they're very high up the pitch. Our wingers are very high. All the forwards are very high up the pitch. I remember yesterday in the watch-along, our centre-backs had the ball, and I'm saying, look how many players they've got in front of them. Not as a bad thing, like, look, they should have options. The problem is, because all these players are so high up the ball, if they're not winning their one-on-one duels, we're in massive trouble. Now, against the teams like, I remember early in the season, like Brentford and teams like that, when we had a similar setup, we were winning those one-on-one duels and we were getting the better of them. And as soon as we win those duels, we're right on their back line. But when we're playing a team like Bournemouth yesterday, where I don't know if it was just an intensity thing or what it was, but we weren't winning those duels, one-on-one battles. The players weren't winning their individual battles. And as soon as that happens, we're completely exposed. We're completely under the cosh every time. Those transitions hit us very hard. And every time they come forward, it's like a 3-on-3 every time, or even outnumbering us at times. And especially in that last half an hour where we went 4-4-2 or whatever, 4-2-4, whatever you want to call it. And we didn't have a setup and build-up that it looked like we were able to keep possession whatsoever. At least when we have three in the middle, you have a few players who are in position to run back, or you have a few players around each other to try and kind of keep possession. I feel like as soon as we went to that 4-4-2, we have all these players in the front line, and none of them are showing for the ball. They're all looking for the ball in behind. They're all looking for the ball in the front line, but no one's got the wherewithal, except for one player maybe, and I'll say it was Lucas Bergvall, who was the only player in that last half an hour who actually did all right. Everyone else was hiding. Everyone else was just waiting for the ball and not looking to impact the game. And what the consequence of that was transition after transition after transition. And I would say that last half an hour was probably up there, if not the worst bit of play we've had in Ange's tenure. And to have that bit of play after 14 games in his second season, and it leaves us in 10th place. It's hard to be positive about that. There's nothing to be positive about in that scenario, to be honest. That is very difficult to take. It's very difficult to explain. It's very difficult to brush aside. That is the reality of where we are. That's the reality of the results we've been getting. And there's no hiding from that. We've lost as many games as we've won this season. We've lost as many games as we've won in the last year, 365 days. That's the truth of the matter. And that, in terms of results-wise, is not going to get the fans on side. And as long as you're getting those results, even in a weird way now, even if we win again on Sunday, which obviously I'm sure everyone will be delighted if we win, but we just had that kind of big win a couple of weeks ago, and we're here 2 weeks later, and everyone's talking about how long Ange has got. If you asked our fans 2 weeks ago that same question, I don't think anyone's going to be questioning his job. But we're here 2 weeks later, not even a month. We're here 2 weeks later, and everyone's questioning whether he should be in a job at this point. And the bad thing about that is, I feel like everyone got very excited, including that. I'm not going to hide it from it. Everyone got very excited from that Man City win. But now, after how we responded to that, are people going to have that same excitement after a win, even if we beat Chelsea? I think people are going to be like, yeah, we won that, but are we going to be questioning his job again in a week's time if he loses the next game? That's the reality of where we are. And so he's got a massive, massive job at this point to not just turn around Tottenham's season, but to stop, essentially, a lot of fans turning very toxic, which you see at the moment in the grounds. That's starting to happen.
Yeah, do you think we have it in us to do that, though, from a player standpoint, and from Ange Postecoglou as well, with the tactics he's showing, with He has the ability to maybe change a few things in game, and every time it goes horribly wrong, maybe make a few tactical tweaks. But the premise of what he's trying to do always stays the same, right? Does he have the tactical nous? Does he have enough about him to really, trying to move this into a positive direction? I'm not sure he does.
He's got the ability to get big wins, and I think we've seen that.
But that's not enough.
Whether that's enough or not, but I'm just saying he's got that ability to get a team to a level where they can win games against good teams and win well as well. So we've seen when we're at our best how good we can be. Now, the problem at the moment is we can't seem to get to that level on a week-to-week basis. At the moment, at the moment we're inconsistently poor, but this season in general, the question hasn't been, can he ever be can this team play at a high level? We know that they can. We've seen that. Now the question is, can this team play at a high level on a consistent basis? And at the moment, we haven't seen that ever since he's been here. It was never going to happen in the first season. I think we can all accept that. But in the second season, you would definitely expected more consistency than we're seeing this season. That's definitely for sure.
The reality is, though, this football club and this team have always been capable of beating big teams and having big performances and never showing it on a consistent basis. We beat big teams under Conte. We beat big teams under Nuno. We beat big teams under Jose Mourinho, But we've never been able, over any of those tenures, being able to, do it on a consistent basis. I know we never won 4-0 at the Etihad, but we've beaten Man City under every single one of those managers.
But we've never won 4-0.
I know that we've never won 4-0.
No, but I'm saying, but the point is, when we're under the last managers, yes, we got big wins, and we got big results, and a lot of them were good tactical setups and good tactical wins, but they weren't wins where we would go out and batter the opposition. There'll be very tight games, and we'll just about get through. We've never demolished a top side away from home like we did a couple of weeks ago. That was probably the only time it's ever happened in our Premier League.
But it doesn't happen
career.
many times in the Premier League in general.
Correct.
Even top teams don't go away to top teams and smash them on a regular basis. So it's
Correct.
a one-off. It's a complete one-off.
It might be, but it shows what we're capable of.
It's a one-off.
It might be.
It shows what we're capable of, but on the other side, these losses and these poor performances shows what we're capable of.
Yeah, but I think back at for example, like when Jurgen Klopp, I know we always do this, to compare him to Arteta and Klopp, blah blah blah. But I just remember very clearly when in Klopp's first couple years, they were inconsistent, but they were always very much capable of very big wins against big sides, more often at home than not. But they would, for example, like Man City in the Champions League, they got big wins in those games. But in the league, they really struggled for that consistency up until they addressed their issues. Now, the question is, are we ever going to address our issues? Is Ange ever going to, be backed by the board? All these different things. Those are different. Those are obviously questions. But in terms of the way we play football and the way we set up and all these different things, what's the question? Is those tactics ever going to be capable of getting consistent results in the Premier League?
Only if you buy the best in class. That's the only way it's going to be.
But the end of the day is that where we are or how we run things as a football club, there's only, if we're not going to do that in terms of buying the best in class, then the only other way is buying players with good scouting and high potential and hoping they fit in, kind of thing. That's and that's what we're trying to do at the moment. Look, we're 10th in the league, so at the moment it's not working.
We're buying 18-year-olds to try and make a difference now. We started Archie Gray at right back when we had two right backs on the bench. I know Pedro Porro was too tired to play, but I didn't have that too much problem with Archie Gray. But Lucas Bergvall was trying to come on and make a difference yesterday. We sold Pierre-Emile Højbjerg in the summer, who was everyone was saying it's time for him to go and he doesn't fit the system and everything like that. But the reality was, he was, a leader in this group. He was a senior player, and we've got rid of a senior player and brought in two 18-year-olds. How do you ever expect to make a step forward in the near future by making transfer decisions like that? It's just not good enough.
Selling Højbjerg and bringing two 18-year-olds because we needed a refresh. That's what needed to happen.
No, but you need to bring in players that can make a difference right now if you're going to make progress right now.
Yeah, but in terms of obviously Bentancur's got a ban right now. But we've got Bentancur and Basuma who have taken up that role that Højbjerg was in last season. Bentancur wasn't really a 6 last season. He is a 6 this season, so he's kind of filled in that role. Obviously, Decky's now a midfielder, as last season he was more of a winger. So when it comes to our midfield, I mean, I don't think the lack of midfield options is a problem, or leadership in midfield. I mean, look, you could argue that, but I don't think selling Højbjerg and replacing him with basically essentially Bentancur in the 6 and putting in Decky in the middle, I don't think that's the problem, to be honest. Look, and
it's part of the problem.
Ange said, in terms of leadership and all this kind of stuff, you can either buy the experience and, you know, have it basically ready to go now, or you can grow the experience within your own team, and that's the direction that we've gone with. And maybe
it's completely wrong direction. I don't understand how anyone can back up the direction of the transfer window and the way this club's running their transfers. I just don't understand it. How can anyone back that up? You're filling the squad with teenagers. The only senior player that you brought in the summer was Dominic Solanke, when it was clear and evident that we needed big refreshing and big steps forward in the forward line. We needed a big number 6 as well to come in the summer. Yes, we've got Bentancur and Basuma, but I still don't think... I think they're good players. Don't get me wrong, they are good players, but I don't think they're players that are going to really go and take us on to the next level. I think we needed big changes in the squad. You know, we all said in the summer, bring in a big monster number 6, bring in top wingers to this football club, bring in a striker. And the only one that we did was bring in a striker. We're still very short at fullbacks as well. Like, we're sitting here in the summer, and anyone that's trying to back up the transfer window that we had in the summer, or the direction that this club is going in terms of transfers, I'm sorry, are deluded, because we're not giving the manager the tools he needs to really succeed in the job. We're just not. Like, yeah, fine. If the manager's going to be here in 5 years' time and 4 years' time and see these players flourish and nurture them and take them through, but I don't think any manager's going to be able to survive playing 18-year-olds, bringing on Lucas Bergvall and stuff to try and make on a difference and try and save us in the game in the last 10 minutes against Bournemouth. Archie Gray, an 18-year-old at fullback. You know, it's just not good enough. And a club like Tottenham Hotspur, with the revenues that we're making, with the stadium that we have, record profits and all that kind of stuff. Like, why do we keep shortening the wage squad? Why are we not pushing the boat out and trying to compete with the top 4 clubs and the top 5 clubs financially on the wage market as well? It makes no sense.
Well, Ange was asked about this in his press conference today. And he was asked about, you know, you've lost a lot of experience in the summer, and kind of in terms of the direction you're going in. Do you have any regrets essentially about the summer? He said, was it the right decision to bring in all those teenagers? And he was quite bullish about it. He said, I still believe it was the right decision. He said, I still believe this club, in terms of shortening the wage, not specifically the wage we didn't talk about, but in terms of getting rid of that experience and refreshing the club and rebuilding the club and the team that we had being at the end of the cycle, that needed to happen. And I think we all agreed that needed to happen. Now, obviously, he was talking about, you know, could you have gone and bought, he was asked as well, could you have gone and bought some more experienced players? Could you have gone and shelled out a bit of big money? He said, his response to that was, you only do that when you feel like you're getting close to something and you only need that extra little bit to kind of get you over the line. He feels like we're nowhere near that at the moment. We still need to completely rebuild. We're still completely rebuilding this team and the playing style, and we needed to bring in these fresh young faces to grow the squad essentially and get the average age of the squad down and completely go in a new direction. And that's where we're at the moment. That was his response. I think we all agreed that we needed a complete refresh of the team after, even the likes of Højbjerg, Dyer, all these players needed to leave, and we needed to completely get them out the door. Now, you could say, okay, we should have replaced them with just ready-made replacements all the time, albeit I think our first 11 is pretty good, in my opinion, when we have everyone fit. Our first 11's good. When it comes to the squad, we definitely don't have there's definitely some positions in the squad we need more depth for sure. Fullback for sure is one of them. Wingers are two big ones, I would say, and obviously a number 6 who's as good as Rice or Rodri, which I think is very hard to find, is definitely on the agenda as well. But when it comes to what the direction the club is going in with these younger players, with Bergvall, Gray, I mean, Odebear's injured at the moment, but Odebear as well. That did need to happen, and I don't blame the club for signing those players. I think that's fine. I think we've said it consistently before that we needed to start thinking about the future of this football club, not just signing like stupid players like Matt Doherty and all these players who are going to be here for a year or two are not going to be good enough. We needed players who are going to come in and actually build a future here and actually look to the long term and have a lot younger. We needed players of Archie Gray and Bergvall's age. We didn't have
one way
them.
or the other, though. It's not one way or the other. It doesn't have to be like it's the same with the manager situation. You have Antonio Conte and Jose Mourinho, who are so far one way, and then you sack them and bring in Ange Postecoglou, who's so far the other way. Just because
that's playing style, that's not.
I know, but just because the players that we had and the players that we were signing before, like the Matt Dohertys and everyone, and the Gareth Bales and people like that we were signing at that time, who were just like the wrong profiles and the wrong ages to refresh the squad and everything like that. Then no one's blaming Ange. No one's blaming Tottenham for bringing in 18-year-olds. Of course, it's good for the club, and of course, it's good for the future of this football club to bring in these kind of players. But that can't be the only players that you bring in. It can't be, because otherwise you're not going to move forward in the short term. You need to mix and match. It can't just be all one way. It has to be a bit of both. You need to bring in players that are going to make an impact here and now as well. Archie Gray, Lucas Bergvall, Wilson Odebear are not going to come in and they're not going to catapult us to the top 4 or the top 5 or anything like that. They're going to be used in
top 5. We didn't need to catapult.
Well, where are we now?
We're 10th, but we were in top 5 last season. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and we've got worse. We've got worse from last season.
I don't know about that. Well, at the moment it looks like that, but
statistically we've got worse. Like we have. Fine, at the beginning of the season, we were all sitting here being like, yeah, that Leicester game we should have won, that Newcastle game we should have won. But since then, since all these recent results, the Fulham game, the Palace game, last night, the Fulham game, all these games that we're dropping points in, we very much deserve to be dropping points in. So I don't buy all this, all these games that we're losing, we should be getting points in. We're getting worse and we're getting progressively worse. And 18-year-olds are not going to change that. We need players that have experience and mettle to pull us through and drag us through in these periods. And we need fresh faces as well. You're never going to take us on to the next level if you're only signing in the summer. Senior signing is going to be Dominic Solanke. We know we needed a lot more than that. And Lucas Bergvall and all 18-year-olds are very good. And I'm happy that they're at this football club. But they're players for the future. They're not players for now. So realistically, we brought players in to play in the Europa League because they're not going to make an impact in the Premier League. They're not.
At the moment, they haven't. And they were never going to at this point, I would say.
Exactly. So why can't we bring in players that are going to make an impact in the Premier League?
We can. And we should.
Why don't we?
We should have. We should. I agree. We needed to do more in the summer. That's not my point. My point is we needed those young players. I don't like the bashing of signing these young players. I think that was the right thing to do.
No one's bashing the signing of young players. People are bashing not signing players with the young players.
Okay, I get that. And we did sign Solanke for 65. We needed more than that. But I look at the squad, and I know we have an injury crisis at the moment, so the squad looks a lot thinner than it usually is. I think. Obviously, I've been on record very critical of the signing of Werner, and I still back that. I think the signing of Werner was, I think that's really held us back, and I was very critical of that signing. When it comes to the signings in midfield, I look at our midfield options. But Bergvall is he's 18, but he's our 6th choice midfielder, right? He's not supposed to be a player that we've got 5 very good midfielders there, in my opinion. Yes, we need a monster 6. We need to go and sign a player who's better than Bentancur and Basuma. That player is going to cost a lot of money. That's fine. I don't care about signing him, but we have to find him. Who is this mysterious player? Is it Zubamendi, potentially?
We've got a whole bloody scouting network that we pay a lot of money to. Like, this is their job to find these players. It's not like they've just come into the club and, we're going into a transfer window with no planning and stuff. This should be planned a long time ago.
Okay, but look at Liverpool, right? They're top of the league right now, right? And last season, everyone was saying, they signed Endo for cheap money. Everyone was saying they need a monster six. Oh, they can't compete. They don't have a defensive midfielder. And what happened? Their solution was internal. They put Gravenberch there, right? And look how good he's been this season. I think we were trying to do something similar. But Bentancur's obviously last season, injury-wise, wasn't his best. This season, there's signs of him getting to his best, and we've tried to put him in that six and see if he can be the solution. Just because we haven't gone and spent 100 million on a defensive midfielder doesn't mean Basuma and Bentancur can't do that job. Just because Liverpool didn't get Zubimendi in the end doesn't mean Gravenberch can't do the job, and he's done that job. And that's living proof that you don't have to spend 100 million to find a solution.
But I'll tell you what, they're still going to be buying a number six. They're still going to be looking to bring in a Zubimendi. They were just about to have Zubimendi over the line, and it fell apart for whatever reason. And yes, Gravenberch has been a revelation this season for them. And by the way, he's a relatively new signing for them as well, Gravenberch, by the way. And Zubimendi and whoever the six is that Liverpool are going to bring in, they're still going to bring one in. They're not going to just stop on their laurels because Gravenberch is playing well. Spurs, on the other hand, they do stop on their laurels when players are looking like they're taking an upward curve. Like, we still, however well Bentancur and Basuma have played this season, I don't think neither of them have been bad. I think both of them have been fairly good, but I don't think they've been out of this world. Like, we still need a big player in midfield to come in. And you don't rest on your laurels just because they've been okay.
My point is, Liverpool didn't get their man in the summer, right? They tried and they didn't get the signing, and they found that solution internally. Yeah, they probably will still go and get a number six, but it's not an excuse that we didn't get a big number six as to why this team is functioning the way that it is. Like, Basuma and Bentancur are very fine players. They're very much very good Premier League midfielders. They've done very well in the past.
And you know what the difference is with Liverpool as well? Liverpool have got winners all over the pitch that have won multiple Champions League, or not multiple Champions Leagues, Premier Leagues. They've got winners in their team that can guide these players
as good as Liverpool.
Like, we don't have that.
I'm not saying we're as good. Obviously, Liverpool, they're completely different. In fact, Liverpool didn't sign anyone in the summer, did they? No. They went from third last season, and they're now leading the title race without any signings. And you would have said, how could they kick on without signing anyone? But they seem to have done it. My point is, I look at the squad we ended the summer with, regardless of how the summer went.
They changed their manager.
Huh?
They changed their manager.
Yeah, they did change their manager. Because Klopp was at the end of his cycle. Ange is right at the beginning of his cycle. It's a completely different scenario. Slaughter's come in with the rebuild done already. Ange has had to rebuild the team himself. Klopp, the last two seasons, I know last season they did well, but the season before that, they completely had a drop-off. They finished outside the top four, and people were saying, the squad was on his last legs. They had a major rebuild. They then, finished third, and now they're in the middle of a title race. I don't think they're in the position they are because they've changed their manager. They were in a title race last season as well. They've done it because they had that major rebuild. Now, they gave that time, they gave it a couple seasons, and now they're leading in the title race. Obviously, they're way ahead of us, and they've spent the money clearly a lot more smartly. They've got better players. Salah and Van Dijk and Robertson and Alisson all have title-winning experience. They've got that there as well. And they've refreshed the squad with the likes of McAllister and Szoboszlai, and they've got an unbelievable front line as well. So I'm not saying that we're on the same level as Liverpool or anything like that. My point being is, when you look at them, that Slaughter's come in when the rebuild's already happened, and he's kind of built on that. He didn't even have to sign anyone to improve on that. My point being is, when we finished fifth last season, and we ended when the squad we ended the transfer window with, yes, has holes in it, but it should be a lot better than 10th. It should be a lot better than 10th. I think we have a lot of good players, and I think that we're not maximising. I think Ange has got to take a lot of responsibility. I'm not saying this means I want him sacked. I still think he can hopefully turn around some results, but the problem is, in the short term, we're in very bad form, and if this kind of form carries on for too long, then he will be in trouble. But what my point being is, I think that people are looking at the summer and all this kind of stuff and blaming the transfers we did or didn't do, when I think the squad is a lot better than I think this squad can be in a race for top 4, top 5. I really do. Obviously right now we've got a big injury list and our squad's wearing thin. But in terms of when everyone's fit, I don't think this squad should be completely out of a top 4 race at this point in the season. I think that's not good enough, in my opinion, and that has to be on Ange, not necessarily the board. Now we've blamed. Now, as I've said before, I've got no love for this board. I don't think they're going to bring success to this football club, or they're geared to do that in any shape or form. But I look at the squad right now, and the reason we're 10th is not because of the squad we have, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Look, I do agree with that to a certain extent, and I do think when you're looking at where to put the blame so far on the tragic form, Ange has got to be the main culpable in terms of these poor results and these poor performances in these poor games and tactically what we're seeing on the football pitch, 100%. But you also got to kick on in terms of a general squad year by year, and I just feel like we didn't do that over the summer, and I feel like it was a massive failure of whoever the decision makers were in the summer, because there's conflicting stories. Some say it's Lange and Ange, some say Levy's still involved, some say Levy's not involved. I don't know, I'm not there, I can't say, but these things do seem to consistently happen under the tenureship of Daniel Levy and ENIC of this football club, so it's hard not to put your finger in their direction. So I feel like when you're trying to put blame, everyone's got to come into blame here, not just Ange, the board as well, and also the players, because you look at the players, the attitude and application that they show on the football pitch now on a consistent basis. You're looking at that last half an hour was the most disgusting half an hour of football I've seen in a very long time, and we've seen some disgusting games of football this season. You look at that Ipswich game, you look at the Crystal Palace game, any game where the opposition puts it on us and we start to lose our jewels, we are open up like a hot knife through butter, right? And it's happening too often now. It's happening way too often, and at some point the players have just got to have to stand up on that pitch and show some professionalism, because last night for half an hour at the end of that game there was no professionalism on that football pitch from Tottenham Hotspur. And yeah, we can talk about Ange and the tactics all we want, and it's a valid point to make, but the players as well have got to take some responsibility for what they showed on the pitch last night, because it was disgusting. It was nothing short of disgusting, and I had nightmares of that last half an hour last night. I swear to God.
Yeah,
I swear to God, it was awful, man. It was awful. And I'm telling you, you look at all the tenureships that we've had, from Pochettino to Nuno to Conte to Mourinho, even before Pochettino, I can't think of a half an hour of football that was worse than that. Like, seriously. Can you? It was pretty much shooting practice for Bournemouth.
It was, yeah. That's
what it was.
The most disgusting thing was they were finding it so easy to get on our back line, and then as well, like, they were passing it into the penalty area and no one was picking up anyone. It was like Tavernier just had the freedom in the penalty area. He could have taken a touch. He could have done anything. The fact that they didn't score another goal was an absolute minor miracle, I'd have to say, thanks to Forster and what was, I have to say, some really poor finishing from Bournemouth. I think they hit it over the bar more often than not. It was really, really poor on their behalf. And as well, we even gave them a goal, but thankfully we got a bit lucky. It was ruled out offside with that moment. That last half an hour was up there with the worst I've seen in a very long time, and that was there's no explaining that. The manager's got to take responsibility for how we responded for that half an hour, because he sets the culture on the pitch, I think, and he sets the tone in terms of how we treat those kind of moments. And if we're treating those moments in that way, if that's happening too often, as much you can blame the players, the manager, if the manager can't get them to treat those moments with the respect they deserve, then that has to be on him as well, 100%.
But also, why does this keep happening though? Because after every manager towards the end of their tenure, we see these kind of traits start to come in with the players, and the players just end up not giving a shit. The new manager comes in, we see an uptick in form and an uptick in effort. Like, that last half an hour said to me that these players don't want to play for this manager anymore. It really did. And I'll probably have egg on my face at the end of Chelsea. We'll probably go beat Chelsea because it's a big game, and they want to show themselves in a big game. They'll put maximum effort, but then they'll probably go lose the next game to whoever it is. Was it Southampton or Liverpool or Man U? I don't know. Rangers is the next game after that. So, I mean,
There's a fine line, I think, in terms of being on the pitch. There's a fine line between identifying a team that's not playing for the manager and identifying a team that's running on empty. And I think they can both look the same. I don't know which one it is. I'm not in the dressing room. It could be either, and that's the reality. But I don't. But it could be one. It could be one of the two. I don't know.
yeah, but you think the thing is when players stop playing for a manager, I still think they want to, perform for the fans and they, perform for the club and everything like that. They're getting paid a hefty amount, and you see kind of worrying signs start to sprinkle in, which we have done. We saw the worrying signs at Ipswich. We saw the worrying signs at Palace. We saw the worrying signs second half at Brighton. We saw worrying signs at Galatasaray.
Ange's demeanour.
That as well. But then everything ends up coming to a head at some point, and I think. With the games that we've seen over the last 6 games, barring the Man City game, because these players just suddenly turn into prime Barcelona whenever we play Manchester City, no matter who the manager is, by the way, it just happens. We've seen very, very worrying signs, and I'm telling you, I don't. That is not a circumstance of running on empty. Like we can't be running on empty for the past 3 weeks. Surely not. Like, you don't run on empty for the past 3 weeks.
We've had a big injury crisis, so
yeah, but this injury crisis hasn't been going on for 3-4 weeks. Like, this injury crisis has only been happening the last couple of weeks. Like, even these poor performances have crept in, and this lack of
I mean, probably could say started with. Started with the Palace, but then we won the next 2. So I would say really that Galatasaray game. Since then, we've had one good performance. That was City,
and like. These poor performances have crept in before the injuries were a thing. And that's the reality.
The difference is, before that, I think the poor performances were the exception to the rule. Now it's changed.
But that's what I'm saying. So first you start seeing it sprinkled in sporadically, and then it turns in and starts to fester. And I think that's what we saw. We saw it started to sprinkle in a little bit when the going gets tough. And now you're seeing it on a consistent basis.
Because before Galatasaray, we won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We won 9 out of the 11 games before that Galatasaray game.
I don't think these players believe in what they're doing. I really don't believe it.
It's 1 win in 6 in all competitions.
There's no way that you can watch the last 6 games or last 7 games, and like I said, take the Man City game out of it. There's no way you can watch that and say that these players really believe in what they're doing.
I mean, if you take the Man City game out of it, of course, but why? But you have to include all of it. You can't just take it out.
Yeah, but the Man City. This is what happens against Man City every single season. Every single season, we up our game against Manchester City, and it means nothing. How many times have we gone to beat Man City and then lost against a really poor side the next week?
Yeah. Doesn't mean it means nothing.
It happens a lot. These players, Kulusevski even said it in an interview after the game. This game means more. Everyone knows what this game means to me. They raise their game for the Man City game, and then they revert back to type afterwards, or they don't believe in what they're doing. I don't think they do.
I'm not in the dressing room. I don't know if they believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, but you can see on the pitch, and you can make a prediction or a judgment on what you're seeing.
I mean, I would say yesterday, for the first hour. I'm not saying it was brilliant. I'm not going to say we were great or anything like that. We know Bournemouth away is a tough game, right? We know that big teams have gone there and lost. For the first hour, I mean, let's say even just in the second half, for the first 20 minutes, we were well on top of them, and we could have easily got a couple of goals. Now, look, this isn't me saying we deserved anything from yesterday, but from that point of view, I didn't see a team completely losing belief of getting back in the game. Now, I don't know what happened in that last half an hour. We completely fell apart. Ange tried to change formation in the last 15 minutes and completely got it wrong, and we got torn to shreds. But I didn't necessarily see a team obviously that last half an hour we completely fell apart, and maybe that's I don't know if that's I don't know what you could put that down to, but I don't necessarily I don't necessarily think it's just a team completely not believing in the way of playing. Maybe it was end of the game with all the injury problems we've had, and we just completely fell apart. We were running on empty, or maybe it is just players not giving a crap and not giving that extra bit to try and get back in the game, and just allowing the game to pass us by and allowing the game to get away from us. It could be that as well. It's hard to say. That performance was not good. The Fulham performance was not good. I would say Roma game, again, we played very well in parts in that game, but late in the game we let it get away from us. Those last 15 minutes, we let it completely get away from us as well. It's hard to put your finger on why exactly. There are definitely parts in all these games where we're completely losing control, we're completely falling apart, and we're completely allowing the opposition to basically get free rein on our half and not being able to stop them whatsoever, and also not really being able to hurt them as well. Where there are phases in these games where it's atrocious, and that is something that Ange has to reconcile with. And that's something that's happened too often. He's openly admitted it now. This has not been a one-off. It's happened way too often. It's happened 4 or 5 times now where we've let games completely get away from us, and we've let games spiral out of control in moments where we're playing well. When Bournemouth got that control, we were actually on top of them, as I say. We were actually, Maddison had a brilliant chance. Son just had a goal tightly ruled out for offside. Porro had just forced a save out of Kepa. Ben Davis had that headed chance at the back post from a Deki cross. Like, we had those moments, right, where it could have been 1-1. If we got it back to 1-1, it could have been a very different story. Missed those chances. Maybe we let missed chances affect us too much. Maybe we get too emotional about them and we completely lose our way. Maybe that's what's happening. It's hard to put your finger on. But when you see what happens in the last half an hour, when you see just complete lack of anything, and we get completely trampled on, then it's hard to think that, because the two options you think are, both of them don't spell good in the future. I mean, because either they've completely lost faith in the manager and that means he's on his way out, or they're running on empty and we have a big injury crisis and you can't see him turning around, because how can you turn around a team that's running on empty when we don't have too many options to change at the moment? And that also signals problems to the future as well. So either way, that's the problem I think at the moment that everyone's looking at. They're like, either way you look, it doesn't look good, essentially, in terms of the next month or so.
Yeah, 100%. And do you hand on heart believe that Ange can turn this around?
Do I think he can turn around? Do I think he can start getting good results again? Yeah. Will he be here to get those good results? That's the question. Yeah, I do think he can turn. I don't think we're going to start losing every game for the next 10 games. I think we'll get some sort of result somewhere along the line. But the big question is, I think I guess the two questions is, what is Levy going to do and what should he do? Those are the two questions, I guess. Because I think everyone is suffering from a lot of PTSD from other managers who have gone through similar moments or patches, and we've always gone the direction of, once we get to a certain stage, enough's enough, and we sack the manager. Once we get, let's say, too many points away from top 4, once we look like that's it, we sack the manager, and then we bring in an interim and blah blah blah, and we start the cycle again. And I think everyone's just waiting for that to happen, essentially, because it's happened so many times before. Maybe this is time to just go in a different direction. Maybe this is time is just to not do that, just ride this storm out, and maybe wait. Maybe just accept that it's going to be rough for the next few weeks until we get players back, or January, and we can address these issues. Because I do think he can start getting good results again, 100%. I do think he can get this team to win games. I don't believe
he's never shown an ability to get consistent results since the first 10 games of last season.
He's never shown he can get consistent results. No, he hasn't.
So what makes you believe that he can do that now?
I don't know. Nothing.
There's no evidence of it, is there?
But there's no evidence. There's no. What, we're going to give it Mason? He's never given consistent results.
No, he's not. But you look at other managers that have come in.
We're not going to get Iraola mid-season.
You look at other managers that have come into this football club, like Antonio Conte, Jose Mourinho. They showed more signs of getting consistent results than someone like Ange Postecoglou, and with a much worse team, by the way, with a much worse squad. So I'm looking at the squad that he has available, and look, I know you say it's a good team and a good squad, and I think it's better than what we've had in the past under the likes of Conte and Jose Mourinho, and they've got the ability to get more consistent results than Ange Postecoglou. I've said on a number of occasions that I want to stick with Ange, and I want to see through a project, and I can't be sitting here sacking and firing and hiring and firing and hiring. But it's really getting to a point where it's hard to justify keeping him in a job because so many managers have been sacked for far less.
Doesn't mean it was the right decision.
Yeah, that's true, but it's true. It might not have been the right decision, but it might be the right. Just because those were the wrong decisions doesn't mean sacking this manager would be the wrong decision, because he's literally been statistically one of the worst managers on a results basis that we've had in recent years. Mm-hmm. So I mean, there's no evidence to suggest.
Yeah, well, the evidence is how well good we can play. That's the evidence of why.
But you can't do that on a consistent basis.
Correct, but so the question is, do we keep with him and in the hope that how good we can be is something we can see more regularly, or do we just bin it all off?
But like, there's nothing to suggest that we can see it on a regular basis. There's nothing, literally nothing.
Well, if we do see that on a regular basis, we're going to be title challengers. We were never going to see that week to week. It was always going to be difficult. It was always going to. Obviously, the level of inconsistency we're seeing in the fact that it's so wild that we're either winning 4-0 or losing 1-0. Essentially, that's the position that we're in at the moment. He's really struggling to find that kind of balance in terms of in the consistency of our performances. That's fair. That's fair to say, but. When you see how good we can be, do you want to just let that all go because we can't? At the moment we're being consistent, or do you want to just stick with it? We're clearly going for a very rough patch at the moment. We're in a bit of a funk. That's fair to say. At this current time, 1 win in 6. Before that 1 win in 6, we were 9 wins out of 11, by the way. But at the moment, it's 1 win in 6.
What, 9 wins out of 11, beating the likes of Karabag and Ferencvaros and people like that.
Look, whatever it is, it's 9 wins out of 11, and we had some good wins in there. Okay, so it wasn't just Karabag and Ferencvaros. We had some good wins in there. And we won 9 games out of 11, and now we're definitely in a bit of a funk, and consider the performances are going downhill 100%. But do we give him that time to turn it around and try and get back to the level that we've seen we can get with this team? Because even that for example, some of the wins we've had. In terms of the level of performance, is definitely some of the best level of performance we've seen in quite a long time, I would say, at those wins. Now, we haven't got there consistently, but we've seen how good the level we can reach when we're at our best. So the question is, do we just bin that all off, start again, because at the moment the performances have really dropped off and we can't get there consistently, or do we look at that and say that's what we got to aspire to and we're going to ride this out and we're going to give Ange the time to turn it around and try and get back to that level? That's the question we got to ask ourselves. Now, in the past, history tells us that he won't get that time because that's what the board have told us. But as a fan base, what should we be asking for? Should we be demanding he goes out, or like we have with let's be honest, I don't think Levy sat those managers because there wasn't a clamour by the fan base. There 100% was, and a lot of the time he was just giving a head to a mob baying for blood, essentially, a lot of that time. And maybe the one mistake, the one where it was a bit 50-50 was probably the Pochettino one, but all the other ones, I think everyone was happy for the manager to go at those points, I would say. But should the fan base be baying for blood at this point, or should we go in a different direction and just allow him a bit more time to try and wrestle back this form and try and turn it around?
How much more time?
I would say if
look, pretty much a season and a half now.
Yeah.
And we've only looked consistent for 10 games out of that, and that was his first 10 games, which you could probably put down to a new manager bounce. Mm-hmm. So how much more time do you give him?
I would say
if we go get battered to Chelsea 3-4-0 on the weekend, or not even get bad, if we have a similar performance yesterday, where we just a complete disgusting and abject display, like, surely that's enough alarm bells to say that, look, this just ain't working. This just ain't working. And you can pull off the one performance here and there, against the likes of Man City and whatever, but on a general basis, on a consistent basis, it's nowhere near good enough for the level of this squad and for what we're trying to do, and for the amount of money that they're spending in the transfer window. Fifth or sixth highest wage bill in the league as well. You know, we should. That's where we should probably be, around hovering around 5th or 6th. We are not far off it, which is the reality in terms of points. But the performances, just too many disgusting performances coming in, and I want to know from fans that, you know, think that we should stick with Ange, is like, how much longer do you give it?
What, in terms of how many more weeks of these kind of performances do you give it? Of course, if we're playing, if that kind of performance is going to be the new norm, then he isn't going to last long. But
I'm asking you, how long do you give it?
I would say, how long do I give it?
You wait till the season's completely dead? You wait till we're out all the
cups? If we sack the manager, it's going to be dead. I don't see us getting Iraola out of Bournemouth mid-season. I don't like who. It's going to be an interim if we sack him, right? So I would rather just stick with it rather than having an interim. Personally, I don't see the point in having an interim. If we've got someone lined up and we think can come now and we really believe in, then I'll probably give it probably till the end of the month if it continues like this. To be honest, but I'm not going to. I don't see the point in sacking him. I don't see the point. I think you might as well continue with it and try and drive through this rough patch and try and get him to wait till he can turn it around. In my opinion,
I'm just looking at the way we're playing, and I've just got no kind of belief that we can turn it around. I really don't. And if we win against Chelsea, it's not going to change my mind either. Even if we go and smash them, it's not going to change my mind. And in fact, if we go and beat Chelsea, I'll be even more angry after the performance that we've put in over the last few weeks. Like, why can we raise our game against the likes of Chelsea's and Man City's and then put in these kind of performances against the Ipswiches and Palaces and Bournemouths? Like, it'll just make me even more angry. So, I don't know. We're just an absolute mess at the moment. That's the reality. Absolute mess. And we need, if we are going to stick with this manager, we need to turn it around very, very quickly. Otherwise, the season is kind of going to be dragging away from us. Because there's no chance I know Man United are not even that good at the moment, and they've got Ruben Amorim. But there's no way to say, like, especially with the system that they play with the wing backs, and we know how much we've been struggling with wing backs this season with our lack of width. You know, Man will probably destroy us in that cup game with the way we're playing.
I mean, yeah. I mean, with the form we're on, I mean, everyone's going to beat us. It's easy to say that, but each game's different.
You know, even when we weren't on this terrible form, you sat here consistently and you were worried about any team that play that wing backs, and that are strong on the wings. And how can that be a case? How can we know before a game that if anyone is strong, has got strong fullbacks or strong wing backs, that they're going to destroy us? That's no way to go into a season. You need to find some sort of solutions. And he hasn't been able to find any sort of solutions for those kind of scenarios.
No.
That's no way to manage a football club, surely.
It's difficult to justify. But as I say, I've seen when we're at our best, you know, we also can tear teams to shreds as well. So what I would say is, I think at this point, I wouldn't sack him. I wouldn't sack him on a whim. Essentially, if we have a plan in place, then whatever. I'm willing to see what they've got in mind. But at this stage, I think sacking him would be a bit crazy right now. I don't think installing an interim is going to see a massive uptick in results. We've seen interims at Spurs haven't massively improved things in general when we've done it.
Definitely not Stellini, that's for sure.
Yeah, when we sacked Conte, everyone was calling for him, and we went from being in the top 4 to finishing 8th. Maybe we would have finished 8th anyway, but we were in the top 4 when we sacked him. That's the reality. We ended up finishing 8th, and things got way worse, like 10 times worse once we sacked him.
Yeah, the reality is, though, like with Conte, after what he said after Southampton...
I'm not saying he didn't need to go. I'm just saying things got way worse.
Yeah. No, that's true. They did get way worse.
Even like when Chelsea, like they had Graham Potter, like they were doing badly, and then like, oh, well, let's just sack him because it's so bad. Then they brought in an interim in Lampard, and things got so much worse when they brought him in. Like just the thing, like bringing an interim isn't gonna. I don't think. I think thinking an interim's gonna come in and do a better job, or we're better off with that. I don't think's the right call in my opinion.
Yeah.
Unless there is something seriously wrong between the players and the manager, and if the relationships come, look, I'm not in the dressing room, I don't know, but if the relationship's completely broken down and he's lost the trust of the players, at that point you've got to part ways. I don't know if they're there yet. If they are there yet, then that has to happen. I don't know if they are there yet though.
Yeah. Look, it is a tough call. It is a really tough call because I've been consistent in saying that I don't want to sack Ange and I don't want to keep this cycle going. But with the way the club's going, with the way the season's going, with the way the performances are going, it's really hard to justify keeping him in a job. And that is the reality. As much as I want to sit here and say I don't want to sack Ange, I want to keep him, I want to stick with the project, I want to have some sort of continuity, and I do. The reality is I do want to. I don't want to sit here and call for managers' heads. I don't want to keep this revolving door going. But as the games go by, as it goes by, it's getting harder and harder to justify it. It is.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. It is getting harder to justify because the last few weeks we've stunk the place out. That's the truth, and we've showed very little. But as I say, it's a very fine line in terms of note when you're watching a team on the pitch. It's very hard to tell the difference between a team running on empty and a team who's lost faith in their manager. It's hard to tell the difference sometimes, and I don't know what we're seeing at the moment. And you could make an argument either way, and you could make good arguments either way, to be honest. And either one could be right. We're not in the dressing room; we don't know. So I assume that the board don't just make when they make decisions about sacking managers and stuff. I'm sure they talk to the senior players and all these different things. I'm sure like when Nuno went, no one wanted him there and all this kind of stuff, and they pulled the plug early on him because I think it just wasn't working. But if they talk to the senior players and they still maintain the faith in Ange, I would stick with him. If they've completely lost faith, so like the Leicester board apparently after they hired Steve Cooper in the summer, didn't they? But apparently the senior players went to him saying, "Look, this guy's crap. We want to change," and that's when the players have lost faith in the manager. Now, if that's not happened here yet, then I want to give Ange time to turn it around. But if it has happened, then the board have to make a decision. I wonder if they have started sounding out managers yet or not. I don't know.
If we lose our next two Premier League games, Chelsea at home and Southampton away, surely there's no justification after that.
If we lose our next two...
If Southampton and Chelsea. A big London derby, which, we don't have the greatest history in, let's be real, but then Southampton will be the main one.
If we lose both of them, yeah, I mean, the pressure might be too much at that point. I don't know.
Well, this was supposed to be a match review. Didn't cover too much of the match.
No, I don't think anyone's talking about that game.
Objective half an hour. But look, that's where we're going to leave it there. We're going to get into a couple of super chats. Let's see what you guys have been saying. JRV says, "Who will we get to replace Ange? We need patience." And look, I get that. I completely get that. But my patience is wearing very thin at the moment. We're very, very thin. I've backed him after, bad displays so far this season. I've kept saying, I've been hearing the doubters. I've been saying, look, we need time. We need to follow through on this rebuild. We need to follow through on this manager's ideas. But it's getting harder and harder to justify people. And I get it, At this time in Arteta's reign, Arsenal fans were saying the exact same thing. The manager's not good enough. But they stuck with him and they saw it through to the other end, and now they're title challengers. Can we see that? And they never saw...
And that took two 8th place finishes.
Yeah, and they never saw light at the end of the tunnel. However, I do think Spurs' squad is a lot better at this moment in time than Arsenal's was then. That's the reality as well.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
JRV as well says, we should never have sacked Poch, 8 players out. And I mean, look, you don't have to convince us about that. We all know that
8 players out. What's it? Who's the 8?
we all know that that sacking Poch was one of the biggest mistakes in this club's history.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Who's the 8 players he's talking about? 8 players out.
God knows, it could be any of them at this point. Renegade Kumar says, Sim, you are deluded. Levy out. Take action. Protest.
Cheers, Renegade.
You are deluded. Sim.
Deluded. Is that Danny Kiriakou? We got a couple more which I think may have disappeared. But one's from JRV again. Says Bournemouth beat Arsenal and City at home. That's a good point. It's not exactly the biggest embarrassment to lose, but it's the manner of the loss. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, Bournemouth did beat Man City and Arsenal at home, but Ipswich hadn't beaten anyone. Crystal Palace hadn't beaten anyone. So this Bournemouth game isn't an isolated situation.
I think it's more of the manner of that last 30 minutes. It's just that was some of the worst of any Premier League team, to be honest. I don't even think teams down the bottom would have played like that in the last half an hour. That's the worry.
Yeah.
Brian Daigle says, even with everyone fit, there's no leaders, no warriors, just a lot of crybaby bitches. We don't buy leaders, we buy kids and ask them to do a man's job. I think when in terms of buying kids, I think they're doing the job, the role that I think that was expected at this stage of them, in my opinion. In terms of
Who's doing the role that's expected of them?
in all the kids that we've got,
Right.
I don't think they were expected to come in and be first choice straight away. So I think they're being bedded in. I think they're all being bedded
But that's
in.
the problem. We don't make signings to improve the first 11. And there's no way you can sit there and tell me that, because we got Bissouma and Bentancur, they're good players. Like, we can't upgrade on players that we have in our team. It's not like
I'm
our
not
team.
saying we can't. I'm just
And we
saying,
should have done.
I'm just saying, like what Liverpool did. If you don't find, if you either you get one that's an upgrade, but if you don't just sign anyone just to sign them, like you have to very much be confident they're an upgrade on Bissouma and Bentancur, and they are two very
Correct.
good players. So it's not easy to find.
Correct. But,
You're talking about basically players Liverpool are going for.
you're talking about teams that were
You're
in.
asking for a player who's as good as Rodri and Rice.
Well, I think there's still a big level between Bissouma and Bentancur to Rodri and Rice. Let's be real here.
No, it's Rodri and Rice who are like the top, right? And then
Bissouma and Bentancur aren't one level down from Rodri and Rice. They're many levels down from Rodri and Rice.
I don't know how many. I don't know. I mean, it's all subjective. They're two very good defensive midfielders. Like they are two defensive midfielders that could easily play for top 6 teams. I think, in my opinion, they're not average midfielders. They're better than average. They're very good.
They're good.
They're good. They're very good. Like especially Bentancur when he was at his best was brilliant. Now their questions, will he ever hit the heights that he has before? But there's signs he's getting back to that level, and we know that how good he is. He can be very, very good. On his day. So I'm not saying we don't need an improvement. I'm just saying, to get an improvement on them, you're talking about a player that's going to cost big money, right? And they're not easy to find. Those players that to get on the same level as, like who's even a level like that number 6 that we all want, a monster, but also great on the ball as well. They're so rare. They're not common, which is why Liverpool didn't go for anyone, because there is either Zubimendi or they weren't confident that anyone else fit the bill, right? Because they're not common players. The other last season they had Endo in that position. Is Bissouma and Bentancur as good as Endo? Probably, you would say, and they finished 3rd. So my point is, can you be in a top 4 race with Bissouma and Bentancur as your 6s? I think you can. Can you be in a title race? That's a different question. But can you finish top 4 with Bissouma and Bentancur as your 6 options in rotation? I don't see why you can't. That's my point.
But the reality is to take steps forward, we need better players. But we're not taking steps forward.
But we were never going to be in a title race this season. Right, that was never on the agenda. I don't think, as much as we want to be, and we want. That's where we want to be as a club, and where the fans want us to be. That wasn't really the aim for this season. I don't think, as a fan base anyway. Maybe Ange thought differently, but as a fan base, we never wanted to be in a title race. So, as much as I wanted that monster 6, and we all want that improvement in that position, like I was never mad about having Bissouma and Bentancur as our option, because I think they're good enough to be in a top 4 race, in my opinion. Like I don't think when all's said and done, or if let's say we don't get there at the end of the season, when all said and done, I don't think we look at the back in the scenes. It's because we have Basuma and Bentancur on the team. That's why we didn't get top 4. Like, I don't think that's the reason.
But again, it's like, isn't it more square pegs, round holes kind of thing with the players that we're trying to suit into this system? A year ago, we were saying, a lot of people were saying Bentancur should be an 8 box-to-box. That's where his best is. That's where his best. That's where his best talents lie. And now, because he's been persisted as a number 6, people are saying, "Oh, he's a good number 6."
As Juventus, he was a number 6.
Yeah, Juventus, but that's not what we were saying when he joined Spurs and when he played in the number 8.
No, when he joined Spurs, he was a number 6, and we moved him into a number 8 because Conte doesn't play a 6; he plays 2 8s. So, and then he played that 8. He was brilliant, right? But doesn't mean he couldn't play that number 6 position. I don't think it's square pegs and round holes to put Bentancur there. I think he can play that 8. I think last season he had big fitness issues. So either position we put him, he was kind of struggling to cover the ground. And obviously, you're even more exploited when you have a 6 who can't cover the ground. When you have an 8 who can't do it, at least you've got that number 6 behind him to kind of not make up for it, but to kind of help him out a bit. So that's why he couldn't really play the 6 last season. But now his fitness levels have improved. I think he's been good in the 6 when I've seen him this season, to be honest.
He has been good, but we still need better, in my opinion.
I don't disagree. I'm not saying we don't need better. I'm just saying having Basuma and Bentancur isn't a big problem when you're challenging for top 4.
All right, let's get into the player ratings. Let's start off with Fraser Forster. Sim gives him an 8. I gave him a 7. Again, I thought he was our man of the match on the pitch yesterday. Brilliant performance. Kept us in the game a number of times and made some top saves. Just kept making save after save. There was one worrying sign of him playing out the back, but luckily they were caught offside from that situation. So that was the only bit of worry for me from Fraser.
Yeah, he got away with one with that pass. I actually thought he did pretty well. Again, number of big saves. He seems to be very busy, hasn't he? As soon as he's come into the team. Every game, he seemed to have been our best player. So fair play to him. Again, similar to his other games, like in terms of the saves he made a lot of them. I don't think any of them have been like incredible saves, but as I've said, he's such a big guy. He just makes himself big and the ball seems to hit him. And that's very valuable when you're trying to keep the ball out of the back of the net. So fair play to Fraser.
Archie Gray, 5s all round for Archie. I think he struggled in a lot of moments in the game yesterday. However, there was that one really good sliding tackle. I mean, Archie was one of the ones that I think kept up his effort levels for the majority of the time he was on the pitch. I just felt like he was found out a little bit.
Surprisingly, I actually thought it was more off the ball he impressed instead of on the ball. I thought defensively he did
on the
well.
ball. Yeah,
on the ball, his passing was off it. He tried a lot of these long balls over the top, which a lot of them were inaccurate. Didn't see too much of him when it came to like kind of pressing or winning the ball like in the middle of the park kind of stuff. I did think actually a lot of the time when they were running at him and he had to block shots and make choices, I thought he did quite well. And as you said, that was a really good sliding challenge. I think it was in the first half where Bournemouth looked like they were getting in our goal and he did really well to prevent it. I don't think he did terribly, but yeah, it wasn't on the ball. He still clearly need improvement.
Radu Dragusin, Sim gives him a 6. I gave him a 4. Was part of a back 4 that just got completely opened up time and time again. He did make a few really important blocks and challenges, but I felt on the ball. I felt on the ball, you know. He just kept reverting to smashing up the channel and just being really panicky on the ball, and it really frustrated me. But I thought from a defensive aspect, he did okay, but also got opened up quite a bit.
Yeah, I thought defensively he was under so much pressure, especially that last half an hour. I don't think it's his fault at all. Every time they were 2-on-2 or 3-on-2, like he had to do so much work. And I think actually the fact it remained 1-0, I think him and Davis deserve a bit of praise for that because it could have been a lot worse. I mean, obviously Davis went off.
Well, it was poor finishing, really. It wasn't
a lot of poor finishing, but he had to, a lot of the time they were running at him. He had to narrow angles and he had to make sure that they weren't getting easy chances, and he did. He had to basically make do with what he had. And I thought he actually made do with what he made sure the chances weren't as easy as they could have been, essentially, and that did lead to a lot of the chances being missed. I thought defensively he did pretty well, and I thought up against Evan Olsen, I thought Evan Olsen gave him a lot of trouble, and he struggled when he was being pressed, but he just about dealt with it. But I thought on the ball, I agree with you, just horrific. So many times he's asked to play incisive passes, not capable of doing it. He just basically resorted to lumping it to Decky and hoping Decky can take it under control. And a lot of his passes didn't do Decky any favours, and he tried his best to make the most of them, but couldn't really do it. So I think on the ball, not great. I think defensively, it could have been a lot worse if he didn't do a lot of good stuff.
You know what, though? I just felt like in the last couple of games, even when Spurs haven't been playing well, he's looked a lot more calmer and a lot more assured. I just felt like he was just so panicky yesterday. Ben Davis up next and gives him a 6. I gave him a 4. Probably actually a 4 might be a bit harsh, so I'll bump it up to a 5, but you know, I don't think he was anywhere near as strong as he has been in the previous games. I thought on the ball he was a lot better than Radu, did keep it a bit more calmer. But look, Ben Davis did go off with an injury with half an hour to go, so he wasn't actually involved in the shit show that was the last half an hour.
Yeah, and that's obviously a consequence of we've had to play him again, time and time again over the last few games, and he's been great, but I think he's going to be another big miss. I think, again, similar to Radu, he had so much to contend with. And he was so under pressure so much, and it was a struggle at times. I don't remember too many times where I can point to him as being at fault for too many things. I think defensively, I think he did pretty well. On the ball, nothing too much to shout about, but yeah, I think defensively he did do all right. I thought, again, Evan Nilsson gave him a tough time, to be honest, and he did panic a bit at times, but I thought he did all right overall. And
he actually did well to not get that red card after getting booked early, because you know, he was in the dogfight, wasn't he? Destiny Udogie up next, 5 from Destiny. I thought he was getting burnt quite a few times on the outside by Cliver, was it? That kept
Semenyo on the right side, or Cliver. Did he get booked? No, he didn't get booked, but yeah. They all kind of interchange, don't they?
Yeah, so I think it was Cliver that was actually giving him a torrid time. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I did actually thought...
at one point, then Cliver just burst past him, didn't he, in all that space?
Yeah. I thought Destiny actually in the back line, he was the one that was actually trying to press the issue for Spurs and try go forward and show a bit of adventure in his play. But ultimately, it just wasn't a great performance. I think there was some good, some bad in there, but defensively really bad.
Yeah, I agree. I think going forward, he was getting to the byline a lot and trying to help out our left winger. Obviously, Brennan was not really helping him at all. But I thought he was getting forward quite a bit. But yeah, defensively, that was worrying, that when Cliver burst past him like he wasn't even there, just had all that space to run into. I was like, Destiny, I swear, Destiny last season that wouldn't have happened to. Why is that happening this season? And has something happened since that injury? Has he lost a yard or something? Because that is not something you associate being able to do with Destiny Udogie. Is he being too overworked in this system? I don't know, but that was a big concern that one moment, and we got a bit lucky that we didn't concede. And then, yeah, in the last half an hour, he was just all at sea, just like everyone else. So, gave him a 5.
Bissouma, Sim gives him a 3. I gave him a 5. Wow, you gave him a 3, Bissouma.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he was great by any stretch of the imagination, but what I did think he did is I thought he was one of our better players actually on the pitch yesterday, which is not saying much. I thought he won a lot of his duels yesterday. He was combative in the middle, and he was also trying to get the ball and play it forward and a bit forward thinking, albeit he did get overrun a lot at times as well. So again, a bit similar to Destiny. I thought there were some good things in there from Bissouma, but there were a lot of bad things as well.
Yeah, obviously, again, he got booked early, just like the game against Man City, which I think was Cliver. He fouled down the right-hand side, and he had to, again, to be a bit more disciplined, but I just thought on the ball he was making so many bad decisions. I thought there were some good moments from him. Maybe a 3 is a bit harsh, but I just was so frustrated with some of his decision-making when he's deep and he's passing, making terrible passes. His switches of play seemed terrible at times, out of play, not making good decisions in the middle, and I thought defensively they were just running through him, and a lot of the time he was diving in and just getting bypassed. And one thing that frustrates me a lot about Bissouma is a lot of the time, this happens way too often now, there's a pass into feet and he just takes a terrible touch. It's like a lazy touch, and he lets the ball overrun and he loses the ball. And if you're going to be a number 6 in this position, you need to make sure that touch is near your body. You can't allow that touch to get away from you, and way too often, especially in the past few games, he's letting that touch just get away from him, and it's putting himself in trouble. And it just means a lot of the time his second touch is a tackle, and you can't that can't be the case when you're a number 6 here. So that's something that's frustrating me.
Pape Matar Sim a 3. I gave him a 4. Yeah, it wasn't a great display by any stretch of the imagination. His ability on the ball in this game was actually horrific. It really was. Panicking on the ball, lacking of quality. Any time that he got it in the centre of the park, that to really charge Spurs forward, he just gave it back to the opposition every single time, and it was really frustrating, particularly in the first half as well, when Spurs showed that they could have something about them, and they were creating a few chances at that moment in time. And every time Bournemouth came forward, they were just charging at us really in an aggressive manner, and I don't think Sarr stood up to the challenge, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Sloppy just lacked any sort of ability on the ball. I know he's been in decent form, but last few games hasn't been up to the standard he was, before that. And I think this was probably the worst of the lot. I was getting so frustrated with some of his passes in the middle. Again, there was some good pressing moments from him, and he won the ball back in some decent positions, but his passing was terrible. Wasn't able to find anyone when it comes to wasn't able to find anyone in a blue shirt yesterday. Very frustrating performance from Pape, and got taken off, rightly so.
Yeah, James Maddison, captain's armband on the day. Sim gives him a 4, I gave him a 3. I thought he started the game really well, Maddison, in the first 5-10 minutes when Spurs actually started the game well. But after that, I thought he completely vanished. I thought he went hiding a little bit. There was that one chance in the second half where it was some really nice interchange from Sonny, and he's got to finish it at that point. But he does hit it wide. But I thought there was just nothing in there from James Maddison for 80 minutes of the game.
I don't think he went hiding. I think he was definitely getting kicked from pillar to post. I think he was getting
drew a lot of fouls,
so much. And that is the consequence of him beating his man consistently and him getting around the Bournemouth players, and they just had to resort to fouling him. And he got kicks in the knee, kicks in the ankle. And I think definitely when it came to the last 20 or half an hour, when did he get taken off? He got taken
80th
off.
minute.
Yeah. There was a period where we were on top, and he was looking good in that second half, and he obviously had that chance where Son plays him through. It was good link-up play, and he put it wide. And I thought there were times he was showing for the ball a lot, and then there was a 15-minute period just before he got taken off where he looked completely done in this game. And every time they were giving the ball to him, he was just completely losing it, getting bullied off the ball. I don't know if he was getting tired or because of the tackles or just because he wasn't showing, he was not being a leader, but it could have been any of the above. But those last 15 minutes he was pretty disgraceful and got rightfully taken off at that point. But I thought in general he was one of the only players actually showing for the ball and actually consistently beating his man. But unfortunately, again, wasn't enough quality at the end of it, and he had the big chance, didn't he? And also his corners weren't great. And yeah, that big chance.
Well, to be fair, 2 of his corners nearly went in.
Yeah, another one nearly went in, but obviously you're not trying to score from corners usually. But
looked like he was, because 2 of them were right on the keeper, weren't they?
Yeah. But what's it called? That one big chance. I think if that goes in, we might be talking about a different game. But didn't.
Brennan Johnson, when we talk about players that go hiding, this guy really did go hiding. Sim gives him a 1, I gave him a 2, and I can't think of anything positive that he did on the game. He started off on the left, looked really uncomfortable there, moved back out onto the right, and just didn't show anything. I mean, literally, he did not provide anything for us in that game, and I thought he was pretty much hiding for the whole time he was on the pitch. Shocking.
Yeah, in that first half, he definitely looked uncomfortable, and I was like, but he actually saw quite a bit of the ball, I thought, in the first half. We were giving it out to him, and I was like, kept saying, do something, Brennan. You got space. You come on, you cut inside, go on your left. The problem is with Brennan, he's very much a winger, clearly, who likes to go down the line. The problem is when he's on the left, he goes down the line, he's on his left foot, and he's clearly not as strong on his left foot as he is on his right foot. And that led to basically being very ineffective. Whenever he cut inside, he's never going to be a winger who cuts inside and bends it far corner. He's just not that kind of winger, it seems. So he needs to be getting to the byline. That's where he seems a lot more effective. But he did see a lot more of the ball in the first. I was like, do something, create something, try and put it in the box or have a shot. Just doing nothing, just playing it safe. Whenever he tried to link up with any of his other forwards, went to nothing. I thought he just looked really uncomfortable and didn't look good at all. I was like, come on, get him back on the right, get him back on the right. So when he goes on back on the right, I thought he looked even worse when he was on the right. I don't think I mentioned his name. I was doing the commentating yesterday. I don't think I mentioned his name once in that second half in terms of getting on the ball and doing anything. He just wasn't showing for the ball. We weren't getting him involved. I don't know if it was a team thing that we weren't able to get him involved or was a him thing, but either way, he didn't get on the ball at all. Wasn't showing for it, and he was just dreadful. He was giving the ball away, and also in the first half, he was doing this really frustrating thing where we would pass it to him, and he would just play this first-time flick inside to no one. And put us under pressure consistently, and that was really like just do it blind essentially, and that would really frustrate me. And yeah, I thought it was a terrible display.
Decky, Sim gives him a 5, I gave him a 3, and I was getting really frustrated with Decky because he was actually putting in some effort, he was showing for the ball and he was trying to make stuff happen, but he was so weak in the duels yesterday. He just couldn't win any duels. I mean, he looked so weak. I didn't understand it. When Decky, he's usually at it, he's usually going in for 20, 25 duels a game and winning a high percentage of them. I mean, I don't know what the stats are, but he can't have won many of them yesterday because he was so poor, so poor. And I would say definitely his worst performance of the season by far. Couldn't really make an impact in the final third. He was on the right a bit, he was on the middle a bit. And looking in the opening exchanges of the game, he looked a bit dangerous. He was showing some good dribbling ability, but he quickly vanished in the game.
I think actually he looked like he was more in the game when he was in the on the right wing than he was in the middle in this specific occasion. Obviously, when he was on the right wing, he was definitely coming into midfield and providing an option. And I thought he was giving Kirkes a bit of a tough ride, but Kirkes on the flip side as well, the more the game went on, the more he was getting the better of Decky. I thought a lot of the time he was our outball, would Dragusin would play the ball out wide to him, and sometimes he'd really get away from it, and sometimes he wasn't able to. And I thought if in the first half, if anything was going to happen, it looked like it was going to be potentially from him. He actually also played that peach of a ball to the back post where Ben Davies nearly got the end of it in the second half as well. So he looked like out on the wing he could maybe create something. We then moved him inside, and I agree, he completely got bullied, and that's not something you expect from Decky. He looked weak. It didn't look like he was able to hold off players, which is a staple of how Decky plays, and it was very, very frustrating from him. But again, similar to Maddison, at least he continually showed for the ball, and I don't think he went hiding. But again, that last 20 minutes, I thought he again was consistently bullied off the ball.
Let's move on to Dom Solanke, the last of the starting 11. Sim gives him a 3, I gave him a 4. Just a really abject display. I'm not sure if it was because he wasn't fully fit or anything like that, but he couldn't really impose himself. The few times actually he did wriggle away and he found himself charging at the Bournemouth defence. He just had no options with him. No one was following his run. No one was supporting him, which was really frustrating. He had a really big chance to put us 1-0 ahead in the first half, and obviously I don't know if it was 1-0 or it would have been so 1-0 ahead in the first half, and he's got to finish that, man. I've been really frustrating with Dom Solanke in terms of his finishing ability, and I've been saying that he's been adding so much to the team apart from that, but yesterday he didn't. Yeah,
I think big chance out 0-0. I think he's got to be hitting the target there. It's so disappointing, and I think he just allowed Hyson and Zabriani to too often again get the better of him. Again, you're right, there were some good moments where he won the ball and all of a sudden we're in on that Bournemouth backline, but he wasn't able to make the most of those situations. The one time he did create an opportunity, he played it out wide to Decky, where probably giving it to Maddison would have been the better option. That is something actually I've noticed about Solanke. When he charges forward, it's happened now 4 or 5 times. It's becoming a bit of a pattern. He charges forward, he's got a better option to his left or a worse option to his right, and he goes for the worse option. And that's happened a few times now. I don't know what it is with his peripheral vision. Maybe he can't see to his left, but he never passes it to his left.
He's like Zoolander. He's got a fear of turning left.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but every time it's happened a few times where there's a guy completely free on the left and he goes for the more difficult option on the right, and the chance gets wasted more often than not. So he's got to be doing better in those situations, Dom Solanke. But yeah, I think the few moments we looked like scoring, probably a few of them were in his direction. But that chance, I get it when he's not getting chances, but when you're getting a chance like that and you're not hitting the target, you know, you're going to get criticism when people say, where are the goals?
Moving on to the substitute, Son Heung-min, who came on 5s all round for Sonny, and I felt like he came on with a bit of authority straight away. He looked really dangerous, you know, creating chances. Him and Maddison with that really good link up, and we started to create a flurry of chances as soon as he came on. But that was about it, you know. 5-10 minutes. It was like about 5 minutes of you know, really good attacking play, and then unfortunately we didn't really see him for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, you're right. As soon as he came on, it made a real difference, because for 10 minutes we were right on top of Bournemouth, and we looked like we were probably going to score at that point. And Son was right at the heart of it, and it looked like Son had made a real impact. He obviously got that goal that was ruled out offside, and we were. At that point, you're like, okay, we're back in this game. Like, let's really take the game to Bournemouth. Then, unfortunately, Bournemouth made a few changes and tactical tweaks, and we completely lost our way. And then he got moved again for the umpteenth time into that number 10 position, and he's just not good there. He just isn't good there. I don't know why we keep doing it. There were points where Son was coming back into our own box and picking the ball up off our centre backs on the edge of our own penalty box, and it was terrible. Like, he didn't know what to do with it, and he's never going to be this dictator, Son. He's not that kind of player, and I don't know why we keep asking him to do it in these parts. So poor.
Yeah. Who do we have next?
Oh, we crashed. Yeah, I think we've
The
crashed.
computer's being
What's he trying to do? Clip it up?
I don't know. Are we off air or are we on it?
Well, back on.
We're on air. Sorry about that. Pedro Porro up next. 4s all round for Pedro. Again, I thought when Pedro first came on, I thought he showed like you know, it was a really good change, and he was starting to take the game to them, and he had that volley that was, you know, it was a fairly comfortable save for the keeper and for Kepa in the end. But you know, he was asking questions of the opposition, but then after that there was literally nothing in there, and he failed to make an impact.
Yeah, I agree. As soon as he came on, he had that one attempt, didn't he, where Kepa saved it. Really good attempt on the edge of the box, which Kepa had to be really good to be equal to. But again, just like the last half, like everyone else, but the last half an hour just got destroyed. And I thought a lot of the time as well, he was just rushing his passes, not being precise with it, just lumping it forward, and it led to Tottenham just being under the cosh a lot. So it wasn't the best cameo from him either.
And finally, Ange Postecoglou, 3s all round for Big Ange. I said it before the game, I didn't really like the starting lineup in terms of I didn't understand it, having Brennan and Decky on the wings. I think you either have to play one of Brennan or Decky on the right-hand side, because neither of them look comfortable on the left. And you play one of Son. If you want to give Son a rest, then you play Timo Werner, because I think Timo Werner, whatever anyone wants to say about him or think about him, he's been okay the last couple of games, and at least he's been providing a threat for us down that left-hand side. We can get the ball, we can take on his man, he can put a ball in the box. These worrying signs and these worrying traits, you know, you've got to put it down to the manager. The way that we keep getting overawed by physical teams, you've got to put it down to the manager. Yes, look, he's got a hard job at the moment because of the injury crisis and everything like that, but with the players on the pitch, it's more than good enough to give teams better games than we're giving them at the moment. And this form that we're showing, the abject performances that we're showing, and the last half an hour, which was probably one of the worst half an hours I've seen as a Tottenham fan, and I've seen some bad performances, I'll tell you that, has got to be down to the manager. Yes, the players are culpable, and we've been through all the players now, but Ange Postecoglou has got to be the most culpable out of everyone, because he's the one leading this team, and the performances, particularly that one, were not good enough.
Yeah, I agree with the selection. If you're going to rest Sonny, you start Werner. He's the one who can play on the left. I don't understand. Like, Werner's not exactly been playing a lot anyway. I know he started the weekend, but so did Brennan. So I understand Brennan's been providing a lot more for the team this season than Timo in terms of goals. But when you're asking for a left winger, I understand resting Son, managing his minutes, and you just got to play Werner. He's a lot better on the left, albeit his cameo wasn't great. But he's going to provide a lot more trouble for Smith than Johnson will down that side. At least he can get to the byline and maybe provide a cross. Johnson on that left-hand side just looks so uncomfortable. I didn't mind him starting Gray, dropping Porro. To be honest, I didn't have a big problem with that. I mean, maybe taking Decky, putting him on the wing. I actually didn't think that was a problem. So I think the big problem was Johnson. I just think the way he managed the game was terrible. Obviously, he brought on Son on the hour mark, and that looked like it made a good impact, but the changes he made after that just completely killed the game again. And it's not the first time that's happened, where he's made changes to get us back in the game and it's actually killed the game and made things 10 times worse. And I understand at that point you got to open up and you got to just pull players forward and try and get an equaliser, but it just seems as though whenever we do this 4-2-4 formation, we look so much worse. We completely lose any sort of possession control. We completely lack any sort of threat in that. It's too easy to deal with, it seems, at the moment. And I get the theory, get 2 strikers on, you get players in the box, and maybe you can put pressure on the opposition. But I think the opposite tends to happen. We can't keep the ball, and when we're transitioned on, we got no one at the back, and we're giving it away the ball way too easy. And it's like, Ange has to deal with that. The only one very slim positive I'll give out yesterday was Bergvall, actually. We didn't mention him. I thought Bergvall had a pretty decent cameo. I thought he looked quite bright when he came on, and he was one actually had a bit of control about him when he came on, was able to actually get past a few people, get the ball out wide, and actually progress the ball quite effectively. So big up to Bergvall, because I know it was a small cameo of 16 minutes including stoppage time, so wasn't. What have you been using Premiere or something?
I was using Photoshop.
I see.
I was trying to get up the video. You're up. You're live.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that, but let's get into a couple of super chats. Spurs in the States says Bournemouth beat City and Arsenal at home. If Arsenal had fired Arteta when the fans were calling for him out, they wouldn't be where they are now. Yeah, which is true, and which is a comparison that I've been making pretty much all season regarding Mikel Arteta and Ange Postecoglou and Arsenal. But I do feel that Arteta had a much worse squad at this point during his rebuild. And yeah, look,
in hindsight, you say that, but at the time, you probably didn't think it was a squad that maybe should be finishing 8th.
Yeah, it's true. It shouldn't have been finishing 8th, but still, if you compare the two squads, you can clearly see that Spurs have much more quality in the team than Arsenal did at that moment in time. It's just a reality.
I'm saying that's in hindsight, though, but at the time, people wouldn't say that, potentially.
Yeah. You'd probably say, though, like, where would Arsenal deserve... I can't even remember what their squad was, but I remember it was very poor.
Was a golden boot. They had Lacazette was a good player. They had... Who was it? They had still had Xhaka. They had
Aubameyang was like missing training, and he was clearly declining.
That time.
No,
not that time. That was a bit later. That was because they released him the next year.
They released him in Arteta's third year. Yeah.
So he was off the back of a golden boot win in that second season. So he was still one of the best strikers in the league.
Well, you had like players like Rob Holding and
Socrates,
these kind of aging
Bellerin,
players. Like towards the end, we've got like
Tierney. Yeah, but at the time they're like, oh, Tierney, what a great left back. David Luiz. Well, I guess he was a bit aging, but like still had people like Xhaka and Partey was there as well. I don't know if Ozil was still there potentially. Like they on paper they still had a good team, but then in hindsight you can see there was an aging team and they needed a refresh. But at the time people were like, he should be doing better.
No, he shouldn't. Of course he should have been doing better. That's why the fans were calling for his head, 100%. But I still think, like, comparing the sides, Spurs do have a lot more.
Yeah, we're younger,
fresher quality as well.
I agree with that. No, I agree with that.
Look, there are comparisons to make, and I think there is value in sticking with a manager. But I'm just looking tactically how we're imposing ourselves in games at the moment, and I just can't see him changing it, and I don't think we can get past it without changing it. Like the situation that I spoke about before about coming up against wing backs and strong fullbacks, like we just seem to have no answer when teams do that, and he ain't changing that. So how are we going to get past that?
Well, if he continues not to change it, he's got to take responsibility. But look, my point is at this point, 14 games into the season. We're 3 points off 5th at the moment, 6 points off 4th, 8 points off 2nd. So we're falling behind. But I just don't. I think you're better off sticking with him given that if we had seen no evidence of how well we can play and we were like scraping wins, like the difference between, like, for example, us and Arteta, not Arteta, like say Ten Hag, who's lost his job this year already for what you could argue is similar results, is even when they win, they don't play well. Like, they scrape wins, they don't win well, they don't even show anything when they're winning games. At least when we win, we do win well, and we do generally play well, and we put in very good performances, and that shows what level we can hit. But obviously when we're losing, we're not playing very well at all. But if we had not shown any evidence in those wins of how well we can play, I would be saying I'm not seeing anything. But at this point, when we do win, we're still winning well, and we are still putting in good performances. So that for me is just about enough to tell me you might as well just stick with it for now and see if we can get back to that level instead of just throwing it all away. Because when you're comparing us to, like, say, Ten Hag, you could easily you can justify more saying to throw that all away, because even when you're winning, you're not even playing well. Even when you're winning, you're not even winning well. So there's not even anything to cling on to there. But at least with us, you can there's still something there where when we are winning, when we are playing well, you can see what level we can reach. So are we better off seeing if we can get that on a more consistent basis rather than just chucking it all away, because we at the moment we can't seem to get that regularly.
Look, time will tell, and I think it's a fine line at the moment. And I think, like I said, keep saying, I do think there's value in sticking with a project and seeing it through, but I need to see some sort of evidence of being able to be adaptable and evidence of being able to show signs of consistency, and we just haven't been able to do that in a year and a half now. So we'll see what happens, and I think the next 2 games will be very telling in terms of where the squad's at with the project and where the hierarchy are at with the project, because if we do go out and go beat Chelsea, and then go beat Southampton, I think there'll be a bit of a different feeling around the place, and we'll be a lot higher up in the league.
It'll be a completely different feeling if we win the next 2 games.
But if we go and lose our next 2 games, or a draw and a loss and stuff, I don't see how he survives that.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the Premier League this season, where a couple of wins and you're back in the race, and then a couple of losses and you're bottom half nearly. And it's like, as Ange was saying pre-match, like each game is like a massive win. Each win, is like a massive win, and each loss is like a crisis. That's how it is at the moment. And look, at the end of the day, the league is the league, and just because it's tight isn't a justification for finishing where you shouldn't finish, because everyone has to deal with the same circumstances. And I understand the margins are fine, but they're fine for everyone. Yeah. So if you finish 10th, that's still unacceptable just because you're finishing a point behind, let's say 5th, right? That doesn't mean that's acceptable to do just because the margins are fine. But while it's mid-season and there's still loads of games playing and it can swing either way, that's why I'm like, let's just give it a bit of time, because it could swing very quickly.
Yeah, the only thing is, like, I agree with you, but I just don't have any faith that it can swing in our direction.
Well,
and I don't think many people do.
Ye of little faith.
That's what 25 years of Tottenham Hotspur
exactly.
will do to a man.
You wouldn't be a Spurs fan if you had faith we could turn it around.
This super chat here says, Ange out. We were so successful before he came to the club. How dare he change it? Keep faith in the project, guys.
Well, which one is that? Oh, Ange out. We were so successful before he came to the club. Yeah. Look, and he's right. I mean, he's right in what he's saying. Ange has had a lot to change and all that kind of stuff. And it was never going to be smooth. I did assume it would be a bit smoother than it is now. Like, I did expect us to be in a race for top 4 this season, no doubt about it. And maybe we still will be. But at the moment, like, if you would have told me before the season, after 14 games, it'll be 6 losses and 10th place, obviously that wouldn't be good enough. That wouldn't be acceptable. Doesn't mean that, you know, we can't have a good second half of the season or anything like that. But, you know, after 14 games, considering how we ended last season, on top of that, you put that into context, it makes it seem far worse. That's the reality. So, yeah, look, I still think he can turn it around. I don't think we're doomed to have bad results now from now to the end of the season. I think we can get good results again, but I do think in the short term this is going to be a real tough patch. That's the problem, and will he be able to ride it out? That's the question.
Vinit Kamal says, Singh, you can have your Pochettino, Conte and Mourinho, and I'm loving Big Ange instead. The only thing saving Ange is Levy knows he's got nowhere to hide.
I don't think that's the only thing saving Ange.
What else is saving Ange?
I think how we've played when we've won. I think, again, if for example, let's say this season the wins weren't as convincing as they have been, I think he'd be out of a job already, to be honest. But they have been convincing.
I think the thing that's saving Ange at the moment isn't the convincing wins that we had. I think it's how close we actually are to the top five and how close things are.
Yeah, maybe. But let's say the wins this season have been like how they were under Nuno, those kind of wins. I don't think he'd still be here.
But I don't think he's going to be here for much longer. I
Maybe,
genuinely
but I'm
believe
just
by
saying,
Christmas he's going to be gone. So
Yeah, but I'm just saying, well, he's saying what's saving Ange, what has saved Ange. That's what I'm saying. I think the manner of the how we've won games is what is still here. I think if we were winning games like the way Nuno had won games and we were still having these bad performances, I don't think he would be here.
I just think those wins have been papering over cracks, really.
I mean, maybe, but I don't believe they were papering over the cracks in the same way it did for Nuno, in a way. Because Nuno, they were just not convincing wins whatsoever. Like, we were scraping 1-0 wins with a cross that should have, with that went all the way in, and we ended up winning a 1-0.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
You know what I mean? So,
still
as I'm saying,
over cracks regardless.
I'm not okay, whatever. But I'm just saying he's asking why is he still here, and I'm saying that's probably why. And also, yeah, I agree. The fact that we're only 3 points off fifth or whatever, and also the fact that fifth is, still a good chance fifth could be Champions League. That's also probably a big reason why he's still here as well. But as I say, again, if those wins weren't as convincing as they were and we didn't look as good as we did in those wins, I don't think he would still be here. I think if we had 6 Nuno-style wins instead of the wins we've had, I think he'd be gone already. Because I don't think there'd be much to cling on to in terms of how well we're going.
Yeah, maybe. Ethan Y says, Dominic Zulanki.
Zoolander, yeah.
Got a fear of turning left, my friend. And there was one from Jory as well. The Joracle says, at the moment, Ange is losing the squad, fans and the board. It does seem like that at the moment. I can't disagree with that, unfortunately.
Well, we don't know about the board, to be honest, and we don't know about the squad, but fans for sure. At the moment, if you would have done a poll, or if you do a poll now, what do you reckon the poll would be? Ange out and Ange. You should do a poll.
It'll be Ange out.
I know, but what do you reckon the percentages would be? I'm saying.
My prediction of percentages would be.
Let's do a poll.
I'd go 70%.
I know I know it's a very reactionary just after a loss, but let's do a poll and let's see Ange out and Ange. And then I'll ask you a different question. If you did this poll 2 weeks ago,
after the City game?
Yeah, what would you reckon the results would have been?
After the City game, I think it probably would have been...
probably 70-30 in, probably.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, but then after the Ipswich game, it probably would have been 90.
No, I don't think so. It probably would have been something like 60-40 still in, I would say, even though it was a bad loss. But it was a terrible loss.
I think a lot of people were turning after that Ipswich game.
I don't doubt that, but I think before that, everyone was still pretty solidly Ange in. Not everyone, but majority.
Well, the majority are Ange in at the moment.
Oh, really?
80 votes so far, 67% Ange in, 33% Ange out.
After 81 votes. Go on, get voting. I'm just curious. But my point is, it can swing so wildly, can't it? That's like, it's mad. Like, after the City game, as I say, you're probably thinking it's 70% Ange in after that point, probably. And then then 2 weeks later, everyone's like, no one even would have dreamed about sacking Ange after that City game. And now 2 weeks later, some fans are saying they don't see how he stays in the job. Like, it's crazy, isn't it?
But you can see why.
No, I'm not saying I don't understand. I'm just saying it changes so quickly. It's wildly quickly. You've gone from best win ever in our Premier League era to how does he stay in a job within 2 weeks?
Yeah. And, probably, arguably when you're losing at home to a promoted side and you're losing to teams that haven't won all season, you could argue that's up there with some of the worst in our Premier League era. It's particularly the Ipswich game.
Yeah, potentially. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying how wildly it changes and how quickly it can change.
Yeah, it's true. All right, let's go on to reacts. Just give me a second. Let me just get it up.
I want to just read out Ange's full response here, which I think is quite interesting. When he was asked, Postecoglou on Tottenham spending almost 100 million on teenagers, asked if that was the right decision. He said, "It is still the right decision. I own them transfers because I believe they are the right decisions for this club. I make these decisions with the background that I'm going to be here for a while to see this through. To be honest, if I was worried about my own existence, I would have fought tooth and nail to block the Harry Kane transfer, and so to block Harry Kane leaving, but it wasn't the right decision for the club because he was in his last year of his contract. That is not what drives me. The decision we made around signing young players are the right decisions for this club, for where we are right now, and they will bear fruit. Yeah, we have lost experience, but we needed to do that. We needed to do that because it was a team that was coming towards the end of its cycle, and we were rebuilding, not just with the squad, but with the playing style, and you couldn't replace experience with experience because that is not a rebuild."
Is it not?
That's what Ange's saying.
I mean, I get what you're saying to a certain extent, and I'm not sitting here saying that we shouldn't have signed Bergvall, Gray, Odebear, Yang Min Hyuk, all these teenagers that we brought in over the summer. I completely back it, and I think they will bear fruit for us over time because I think they're all quality players, and I like them all. But what I'm saying is you also need to bring in players, experienced players that can help you, guide you through this time as well. Like, you can't just go one way. You need to have a mix and match. And I don't agree with Ange in that sense that you can't buy experience. I think you can.
So, but when he says that, is he running cover for the board, or does he actually believe it? What do you think?
That's another question. I don't think he genuinely believes that. Come on, like I don't see how he can genuinely believe that. Surely he wants the best tools to do the job here and now.
He says, "I own the transfers. I own them."
Yeah, I know he's saying that.
Doesn't have to come out and say I own them.
He doesn't have to, no, but you know, it's hard. It's hard to know why he's saying that. But I think
believe it.
I don't know if he does. I don't know why he's saying that. I just can't believe in myself that he believes that.
Ange has always come across to me as a very honest person.
Has he?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the time he's asked about tactical things and he says, "Oh no, that's not a problem," and all this kind of stuff, and then he goes in the background and does change things. Like,
So, yeah, just because I think that's still consistent. He was saying the whole thing about like, for example, you're probably talking about set pieces or whatever. He's saying that that's not our biggest issue. That's not the reason we're losing games, right? He's not saying it's not an issue. He's just saying everyone's focusing on it, right, because we're conceding goals, but that's not our biggest issue. It doesn't mean he doesn't want to sort it out, but he's saying it's not an issue in terms of, I don't think this is the number one problem right now. We've got bigger problems than that set piece, and everyone's focused on that set piece. So I don't think that's inconsistent with how we treated it, in my opinion.
maybe, but I just don't believe that he sat there in the summer and said, "Yeah, I want a bunch of 18-year-olds that are going to be top quality in 5 years' time, and Dom Solanke the only experienced player to come in and change the first team." I just don't believe that.
And if he did?
Then even more so that I don't believe in this project.
But if that is the project, then maybe it's going to take some short-term pain for some long-term gain.
Yeah, but it's not good enough. Like, there's no reason why we should only be signing 18-year-olds. There's just no reason for it. You tell me a reason why we should only be buying 18-year-olds.
We didn't only buy 18-year-olds.
And Solanke.
Yeah. And Werner. And Timo on loan. I'm not saying I was happy. I was delighted with the window, but we needed to sign those teenagers, right? And again, like, I think in terms of the squad,
let's get it real, right? We all know in the summer he wanted more experienced players. We all know that for a fact. We know he spoke to Pedro Neto. We know he spoke to Conor Gallagher and these kind of players. So he's coming out.
We don't know if he spoke to them. We know that we wanted them.
We know we wanted them, and he wanted them.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no.
Is Conor Gallagher experience and Neto? They're still young.
They're young, but they've at least got a lot more Premier League experience than any of the players that we signed. And Conor Gallagher, what, 3 years Premier League experience?
Yeah.
a loan at Crystal Palace he was for a year. And
What kind of experience are you talking about? Winning experience or just or playing experience?
Playing experience.
Playing experience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind signing 23-year-olds that are, that can come in and do a job in the Premier League right now. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about players that have been there, done it, won it. I'm not talking about that kind of experience.
So maybe that's what Ange is talking about.
Well, we haven't got that.
No, but but when he says replacing experience with experience is not a rebuild, maybe that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, maybe. But we haven't signed the players that have come in and got three years Premier League experience behind their belt either.
No, but other clubs have shown you don't need to sign. They don't need to be to make, like, teams like Brighton and stuff have signed young players and they've made an impact immediately. That's what I think we're trying to not do exactly that, but that with a bit more money essentially.
But surely we should be setting our sights better than what Brighton are doing right now. Like,
Well, they're fifth.
Yeah, they're fifth now, but we should be going in a similar route to what the top clubs are doing. And there's no reason why we shouldn't with the revenues that this club is bringing in.
Yeah, but we're just not going to do it.
Yeah, and that's a failure of the board.
Yeah, but we've known that for a while.
Yeah, but that's not just saying, we're not going to do it just because we're Tottenham and that's not what we do. We should be doing it.
But we have to compete. If we're not going to do that,
we're not going to be able to compete.
I mean,
are Brighton ever going to be able to compete at the top?
Well, that's because they keep selling all their players.
Yeah.
We that's not what we do usually. That's the difference. If Brighton, right, let's say Brighton of 3 years ago had all their players, right, and they kept them all, they still had Caicedo, Cucurella, blah, 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 they could probably compete, to be honest. If they had that squad that's still there and they didn't sell any of their players, so that's kind of maybe what we're trying to do.
So we're trying to follow the Brighton model.
Without selling players and
without doing it as well as them, basically.
Essentially, I think that's what we're trying to do.
We need to just act like a big club. If you wanna portray the image of being a big club, then act like a big club. This way of what we're doing is like, yeah, it might bear fruit in 4 or 5 years' time. You never know, but it's a big if at this moment in time. But you're suffering.
My point, I agree.
You're suffering on short-term gain for a long-term maybe.
Yeah, essentially. My point is, if you're not going to spend the big money like to get Rices and Allisons and whatever, then this is your best option, essentially, to try and outsmart the market rather than
God, we're being so smart. We're outsmarting everyone at the moment.
Maybe not, but I'm just saying that's what the other way to do it, essentially. But Werner's and people like that, which I've complained about consistently. Mm-hmm. It's not like I agree with that signing. And
so, do you agree with what Ange is saying? Do you think this is what he wanted? This is the summer window he wanted. This is the direction that he feels that we should really be going in. A couple of 3-4 teenagers plus Dom Solanke and Timo Werner. Is that what he wanted coming into the window, do you reckon?
Maybe he didn't get everything he wanted, but I agree. I think he's probably right that we needed to refresh and have a younger squad and get these younger players.
No one's doubting that. No one's doubting that. But what we're doubting is, I agree with what the players that came in maybe are what he wanted, but it's only half of what he wanted. He also wanted players that can come in and make a difference right now.
Yeah. And
he didn't get that.
We didn't get all of it, yeah. We got Solanke. We kept Spence. Look, he has got to take responsibility for that because he hasn't used a lot of the players that are here. But do I agree it's the right thing to do? We needed more. We did need more players for right now, but more for like squad options, I would say, if anything. But and definitely a big improvement on the wing. That's for sure. I agree with that. But I think we needed to go in this direction of younger players.
Yeah, no one's doubting that we needed to lower the average age of the squad, 100%. But like I keep saying, I keep repeating myself, you can't just build a squad with teenagers. You need to buy players that can come in and do the business now, not just in the Europa League, but in the Premier League.
I'm just saying, do we not have a team who can compete in the Premier League? You know what I mean?
Well, they're not showing it right now.
Right, that's on Ange. But I don't think, I don't think we don't have a team that can do it in the Premier League in terms of doing what we needed to, which is competing for those European places.
I think the squad that we have now, their ceiling is probably fourth.
Yeah, I agree
That's
with that.
That's if they're at their best, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. If everyone's fit at their best,
That's their top ceiling is fourth. Great, but you can't be at your ceiling. It's very rare that a club is gonna, especially Tottenham, can always be at their ceiling. So you have to be at your best, at your top best, to get fourth. And if you're not, you're going to end up finishing 6th, 7th, maybe even 8th, something like that. Like, we needed more players to come in there that could make an impact now. And if some players aren't performing, or if we get some injuries, we can put players in that don't drop the level too much, and we just don't have that. All right, did we go through this one?
which one?
Vinat Kamal saying, the only good thing I can see about Ange Ball is it may finally prove to be the wrecking ball on the Levy reign. There is not going to be any wrecking ball in the bloody Levy
everyone
reign.
said Conte was the last chance, Mourinho was the last chance. There's always going to be another last chance. He's not going in until he sells up. It's not going to happen. And then we were linked with another owner. I mean, apparently it was rubbish, but then everyone's saying anyone but him. And we start doing, what's his name? Jones. Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jones.
We're already doing Jerry Jones out before he's even joined.
Yeah.
What's the poll saying at the moment? Have we still got it? Is it still going? 66% Ange in. 300 votes, nearly. Keep voting, people. I'm just curious.
Ethan Humphrey says, I hate the negativity on Ange. After the City game, you're all hating on the haters. Now you're one of them. Yeah, consistency is bad, but where's the trust? You got to earn trust, my friend. Trust has got to be earned. And I gave him a lot of trust after the first 10 games because I felt like, that's where he can take the team. But after that, I haven't seen anything close to that. So trust is wearing thin on my part. And I don't think anyone can kind of criticize that, because you need to have evidence to give trust, and there's just no evidence.
Well, there is evidence, just not enough evidence.
There's no evidence. Give me some evidence of consistency. There's no evidence of it.
Evidence of how good we can be. That doesn't come overnight, even just getting to that level of the wins we've had.
Yeah, but we've had brilliant wins in big games and showing great performances under every manager.
Not with a great attacking football and dominating oppositions like we have, since Pochettino, really, these kind of wins.
And,
we've won.
And there's no way that result happens if City aren't in a massive slump right now as well.
Maybe, but they're still a good team.
Yeah, a good team that were on the back of like 7 winless games or something.
Yeah, but still, the Etihad, they haven't.
The Etihad, they were 3-0 up against Feyenoord.
Exactly, or 3-0 up.
And they drew 3-3.
Were they 3-0 up against us?
It doesn't matter. We're not. First of all, we're better than Feyenoord, and second of all, they drew 3-3.
They battered Forest.
They drew 3-3 there.
Forest have been good this season. They battered them 3-0.
Forest are also on the downward trajectory. They just lost 3-0 to Arsenal as well.
Oh, so everyone look. For City, look at their players on the pitch. They're still very good. Whatever you want to say about them. Maybe it wouldn't have been 4-0 if they weren't on a downward spiral. But you can't just ignore it. Like they still a good team, and we've had, and not just a City win. We've had some other good wins as well this season. My point is, the evidence of how good we can be is there. The consistency is not there, but in terms of getting a team to that level, doesn't just happen. It's not easy to do. To get a team playing really good attacking football.
It's also not easy to do, to show how bad we've been in some other games. Like not many managers have shown such abject performances quite as consistently as the wins have come. Potentially,
I would say. I mean,
as much as you want to gloss over the or you want to go and focus on the positives,
I'm not saying focus on the positives. You're saying I need to see evidence. I'm just saying you might not see enough evidence, but there is evidence.
Yeah, I think there's more evidence of being poor than being good.
Okay, that's fair enough.
And it's not good enough.
I'm not saying it is good enough. I'm just saying. Mm-hmm.
He needs to show signs of being able to be adaptable to sway us away from those situations, and he hasn't been able to do that in a year and a half.
But then again, when he does show, we do praise him. Like he has showed it a few times, hasn't he? In some games,
and we still get destroyed out on the wide.
Yeah, I'm just saying there are some games where he has shown it. There's clearly been a massive drop off in the. I've actually done a bit of statistical analysis. The last 6 games, we've conceded 110 shots.
Bloody hell.
Averaging 18 shots against in that time per game. In the 15 games before that, we conceded 167 shots, which is averaging only 11 per game. So there's been nearly a it's close to a 100% increase on the shots conceded in the past 6 games. My point being is before that it hasn't been like that the whole season, but the last 6 games there's been a dramatic increase, and he needs to figure out what's been going on in these last 6 games for sure. And I'm not saying it's only these last 6 games, because even before that we've had performances like Palace and second half against Brighton and stuff like that. So it's not just these last 6 games, but clearly these last 6 games were a lot worse than what we saw before those last 6 games, and that needs to be addressed. But the evidence is we won 9 out of 11 before those last 6 games, so that's the evidence that I'm putting forward. And also when we do win well, but these last 6 games are atrocious, and it seems to be getting worse. So that's what he needs to turn around.
Yeah, and I say again, do you have the confidence that he's going to turn it around?
Yes, but maybe not in the short. Maybe not. In this next month, it's going to be very difficult. I'm worried about it.
If he doesn't turn it around in this next month, he's going to be gone.
No, but the question is, would I sack him? Not is he going to be gone? So I don't have any control about what the board do.
So you're saying if these performances carry on over this next month, you would still stick with him?
If it happens every game...
For the majority of games. Let's say, how many games we got from now to the end of December? 5?
No, I think
6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 games.
7 games, right?
To now in the new year.
Let's say, who have we got? We got
Chelsea, Southampton.
We got Chelsea,
United,
Rangers,
Liverpool.
Southampton, Man U, Liverpool, Forest, Wolves. Let's say we lose to Chelsea. We take a draw against Rangers. We lose to Southampton. We lose to Man U. We beat Liverpool. And, get 4 points out of the next, or get 1 point or something out of the next few games. We have a sprinkle of wins, 2 wins. Let's say 2 wins out of the next 6 games.
And we're out of the cup.
Yeah.
If we have 2 wins in the next 6 and we're out of the cup.
What's the breaking point for you to say enough is enough?
I mean, I don't know. This hypothetical has too many variables.
But you must have some sort of breaking point where enough is
enough. If we play like we did in the last half an hour against Bournemouth for the next 7 games, then enough's enough for sure.
If we play, but surely if we play like we did in the last half an hour against Bournemouth for the next 2 games, enough is enough.
Not necessarily.
Come on.
Not necessarily. It's going to be a tough watch, but I wouldn't just sack him off that. If we're out of the cup as well, on top of that, and we're not looking like, and we maybe not looking like we're going to finish in the top 8 of the Europa League, and we're doing it, and we're performing this way in the Premier League as well, then I'll probably say enough's enough. But I'm not there yet.
Okay. Love You Dangerously says, I'm Korean who has been rooting for 5 years. My opinion is that we need more flexibility in tactics and players with immediate power, which is, pretty much what I've been saying.
Yeah, don't disagree. But people say he doesn't change it. He does, but the problem is the changes have been bad.
He doesn't change it, but when he does, it's to a negative effect.
Or, well, I mean, when it is negative, it's negative.
Yeah, but he can't seem to sway the negative into a positive.
Yeah, I mean, look, the amount of times we've been behind and won because he's changed it has happened quite a few times. But there's definitely, as Man just said himself, there's the game state like yesterday where we're in a negative spiral and we can't, in a game, we can't get ourselves out of it, is happening too often, especially in these last 6 games.
Jory says, Ange needs to keep pace with the top 6, though so does Levy. Can Ange keep pace if Levy doesn't? It's a question of enabling your manager. Is that happening? And I don't think it is. I agree with that completely, Jory.
Well, so it's a question of enabling your manager.
Giving your manager the tools to
tools.
succeed. And Ange hasn't been given. I mean, in terms of have we improved the squad and the team
Since he's come here.
from last season?
No, but since he's come here.
Since he's come here, yeah, it has improved. But from last season to this season, I mean,
But I'm
we've
just
got
saying,
Solanke.
as Liverpool shown, like you can improve even if you don't get loads of signings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they had like a base of a title challenging winning team anyway.
Yeah, and we probably had a base of a top 4 challenging team.
Not with the way the other teams are progressing. I don't think so.
I mean, we were 1 point off top 4 last season.
Yeah, but
And Villa have
Chelsea.
gone down. And Villa and Chelsea have improved.
I just can't see a way. Like I just think Chelsea's squad, the top 4 teams right now, I think their squads are miles better than ours.
Yeah, okay.
Miles.
But I'm just saying, but their squad being better doesn't mean we lose to Ipswich. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not their fault. That's our fault.
Agreed. Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's on Ange.
So in terms of him, my point being, like him
But I think
having
it's a two-way thing as well. Like Ange hasn't been good enough, but also the transfer windows haven't been good enough.
yeah.
It's not just one or the other, is it?
No.
Like, I think it's mainly these games where we're dropping points in against the teams in the bottom half of the league. Yeah, that's mainly down to Ange, 100%. But we also haven't been given the tools to progress.
I think there's enough to work with in that squad. I really do.
Maybe there's enough to work with, but still, we haven't been given the tools to keep progressing from last season.
Not to. Again, as I say, I think we should be in a look. Whether we get in the top 4 or not, I don't know. I don't think so, or whatever. That's another thing. But is that squad capable of challenging for top 4? I just think it is.
All right, well, let's get on to reacts and see how the internet did react to the game yesterday. BLTHFC says, you cannot convince me that fighting for consistency in order to achieve these results and performances on a weekly basis isn't worth it. We may fail, it may be for nothing, but what do we have to lose now? It's a fair point, I guess.
Yeah, that's the point I made. I think you're better off just seeing if he can do it rather than just chucking it all away now. Chuck it away mid-season. We're not gonna. I know other teams, Chelsea have sat their managers pre-season and won trophies and stuff like that, but we just don't do that. Like we're just better off riding through the storm.
Conte came in and got us top 4 from a similar position.
Yes, but Nuno was, in terms of performance-wise, results-wise, it wasn't even that dissimilar, but performance-wise, it was just nothing. There was just nothing there. I guess you could say in the last 6 games there's something similar, but but the thing is, like, we're not going to get a Conte-like manager who's going to improve things straight away like he can. We're going to get another manager who probably wants projects and years and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
Yeah, I just think at the moment this club is just between a rock and a hard place at the moment.
That's why I think we're better off sticking with him.
Yeah, I think sticking with him and sacking with him are both the wrong options. That's the reality.
Just fold the club, man. I think we'll start a new club.
Name cannot be blank says, I'm Ange in. I've always said this season is one I'll judge him on. All our losses are by a single goal. Multiple injuries. Failed to back Ange in the market with a centre-back again. Also left-back and outright 6 and right winger. But I think fan pressure will push Levy to sacking him.
That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm saying. The fans need to. I'm not saying they're not right to criticise Ange, but always at these points.
Fans are 67% Ange in.
Yeah, our fans are. Big up to everyone in the chat. But the fans at the stadiums, especially the away fans, seem to be baying for blood at the moment. And is that when it's really going to start pushing Levy over the edge? You know when when he'll really be convinced to sack him. You know when it is.
When?
You know.
What?
When they start chanting Levy out.
They did last night.
Yeah, but when it was the home ground, when it was remember that United game where literally the whole ground was chanting it. That was the moment he was like, okay, I need to do something. So once the ire starts turning towards Levy, and turns away from the manager, then that's when he's like, okay.
If we put in an abject performance against Chelsea, it's going to happen.
Well, I'm just saying the fans, instead of demanding we sack the manager, maybe we should go in a different direction.
What are you saying? Get the banners back out.
If I mean, each
Is that
their
what
own.
you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying we shouldn't start, getting Ange out trending all the time and starting begging for blood. Maybe we should just ride out the storm with this manager.
If you were to ask me, like, who's the main problem at this football club, I'm not going to say no way Ange Postecoglou. I think Ange could probably do a job if he was given, if he had a better chairman here. I mean, I've always thought Daniel Levy's the biggest problem at this football club, and I'll continue to think Daniel Levy's the biggest problem at this football club. Nothing can change my mind.
That's fair enough. No, I don't disagree.
So Spurs Army says stick with Ange. Arsenal stuck with Arteta. Their results were poor at the start. Their recruitment.
No, you missed one, I think.
Oh, did I? Oh, Simon says, I'll tell you why Postecoglou was given a free ride by so many. The Spurs fans that hated Jose and Conte so much for telling the truth are so desperate to prove them wrong that they've launched onto Ange Postecoglou because he's the polar opposite. It kills them to admit Jose Mourinho and Antonio Conte were right. And those two managers were 100% right. 100% right. And if Postecoglou does get sacked, as much as I've been negative towards Ange, he's just going to be another victim of Daniel Levy.
It's like that. What's that meme where death comes at the door with the big knife and he's just, who's next?
Yeah,
it's been
exactly.
Pochettino,
That's every
Conte.
manager at this football club.
The reason why I've said I don't really mind in terms of the direction we're going since Ange has come in. The reason why I've been consistent on that is because, but I also think Mourinho and Conte were right, and I don't think it's a position that contradicts itself. It's because I think, like, under Mourinho and Conte, we were just trying to be pretending to be a club that we're just not, right? We're not, like, fully committed to being, which is this big club, big manager, big signings, all this kind of stuff. We were never really fully invested into doing that. When we pretended to do it, we gave this kind of veneer that we were going to be this big club, and look, we're going to go big for trophies and we're going to be challenging for leagues, and we got this big manager, but we never had the investment, the backing to back that up, and we were never going to do it under this ownership. That's never the direction this club is ever going to go in. Now under Ange, it's a bit different. We're we're not pretending to be this big club at the moment. We're accepting of where we are, of how we're trying to do things, which is we're trying to be, in terms of our investments, we're trying to be a bit smarter. We're not going to pretend we're going to spend big money and back these big managers to be in big what's called title challenges. Like, we're not pretending to be a club like City or Chelsea like we were under Conte and Mourinho. We're going a different direction, and as long as we're consistent in that direction, I'm not saying like I'm not saying I'm like happy with it, or I'm saying like that is something that's definitely going to win us trophies. But I'm more content with us like being honest about where we are, if you know what I mean. I'm more content with us saying, look, this is we're going to be younger. It's going to be a bit more of a project. It's going to be attacking football. It's going to be football you like, and we're going to build something rather than pretending to be this big club and pretending to be like something that we're not. And that's why I've been considering saying, if that's what we're going to do and we're consistent with it, then I can. That's something I can live with at least. But under Mourinho and Conte, I couldn't live with that. That's what I've been. That's the only point I've been making.
Well, I can't live with either of them, to be honest. Like, with the revenues that this club is making, with the stadium that we got, it just doesn't match up with the club that we're trying to be and the club that we say we are.
I agree with you, but I've given up hoping that we're going to invest all the revenues that we make into the team, because it's not going to happen. We're going to invest. Look, it's not like we invested nothing, but we're not going to be the top spending team in the league, and we're never going to do that. We're never going to be spending £100 million on a player. And I've accepted that, and once I've accepted that, and this is the direction we're going to go in, I'm more happy to live with that and be honest with it, rather than the board pretending like, oh, this stadium's going to lead to more money and it's going to lead
They're
to
still saying
big money
that.
signings.
They're still saying that.
Yeah, but in terms of what they're trying to do with the young players and build a project,
Daniel
they're
Levy
being
says
consistent with
every
that.
penny that gets generated by this football club goes back in. That's what he says.
Apart from his dividends.
Yeah, apart from his dividends and apart from on player wages as well. That's what he says. Like, you're talking about we're not pretending to be something. Well, Daniel Levy is clearly lying straight to your face, and some fans are okay with that. So, Spurs Army says stick with Ange. Arsenal stuck with Mikel Arteta. Their results were poor at the start. Their recruitment was mixed at the start. Lokonga, Tavares, and others. Back the manager. If you sack him now, you're back to square one. We know what we have until we won't. We know what we have until it's gone.
Just, I think that's a fair point. But just on your point in terms of that, I don't think he's lying about that. The big problem that people have isn't that we're not spending the money the club is making. The big problem is he's not investing any money. ENIC aren't investing extra like the other clubs do. They invest money into their team. Well, the problem people have is we only stick to the money that the club are making.
I don't know if we do though. I mean,
We
I don't
do.
know how much revenue this club's making, but I mean, you look at just the wage bill. Says we're like 6th or 7th in terms of wages, in terms of how much we spend. Like, we generate so much more money than any other club in this league, pretty much, in terms of the stadium and the events and all this kind of stuff. And
Yeah, but we made a loss.
we're
last
nowhere
year.
close to them.
We made a loss last year.
A loss on what?
The revenue we made.
I don't know. I haven't seen the.
That was the accounts. We made a loss.
How?
I don't know, but I'm not the Tottenham accountant.
Lowest wage to profit ratio in the league.
Yeah, we is. That's what I'm saying though. A lot of teams make big losses. We don't want to do that, right? The problem isn't that we don't spend the money that the club is making. We do. But the problem is the only thing we spend is what the club is making. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's true, because like that they showed a graph, didn't they, about chairmans that have invested money
And we're the
into their
lowest. It was a
football club.
0 or something.
And there was like 3 clubs below us, and the 3 clubs that were below us, like the oldest owner was like 2017 or something.
Right. Before, but what do you mean the older zone?
As in, Daniel Levy's been here since 2001.
Yeah, 21. Yeah, 2001.
And the ones
yeah.
below us were all like taken over in 2017 or after or
Right.
something.
Yeah. And yeah, our owners don't have big investment in terms of their own money. They don't invest their own money into the club. They only invest the money that the club makes.
And the reality is, yeah, Levy in, Levy out, right? And if a new owner comes in, who's to say that they're not going to do exactly the same? This club makes so much money. Like, it's so easy for someone to come by the club and just juice up all the revenues.
Mm-hmm.
That's so I just can't see a way out of this. That's the reality. As much as I hate Daniel Levy and I hate what he's doing at the moment, and the wrong decisions after wrong decisions, you look at some of the owners that have been linked to us, like that guy last week, and like the F1 guy. They're notoriously bad and more or less the same.
To be honest, it's very similar complaints that like Liverpool fans had with FSG and Arsenal fans had with Kroenke, and they seem to be competing. Like Kroenke was on that when I looked on that list. He was also quite low down for investment of himself, of how much they invested.
Kroenke have only recently started to invest their own money. They actually gave the club a really big loan before the Rice deal and before just before they started challenging, and they started heavily investing. So
that's why we want minority investment, which we don't have.
Yeah, is the minority investment to invest in the team, or is it to build a women's football stadium?
You have to ask the club that.
Yeah, exactly, because what I've heard is that Spurs want to build a women's football stadium.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they do, but which is good for the women's game.
Great for the women's game. Let's move on. Next one is Mari saying, it seems that Sonny was angry because some players didn't want to go to the fans and thank them for going to the stadium. I think that's the least they can do, right? Of course, it's the least they can do.
Big up Sonny for calling out some of these players and trying to get them over. But obviously, didn't do too well for Ange when he went over. But, Sonny always thinks of the fans.
But you know what?
Big up to
Yeah,
him.
no matter if you're going to take flack or not, you always got to go over, because if you're going to get flack, you probably deserve it.
I hate, though, I don't know if maybe we'll go into it when it comes to Ange. I don't know if the video's here. I think it is. But I understand the performance was bad, but just shouting crass abuse. I hate that. I understand you're frustrated, but you can't deny Ange is trying his best to try and get this club moving in the right direction and try and bring attacking football, calling him the fat C word and all these different things. What's that going to do? Except to just cause toxicity and cause a bad feeling between the fans and the players. It's only going to cause bad negativity.
Yeah.
And look, you can boo and stuff like that, whatever. I don't like that either, but that's fine. But showing these obscenities, of course, Andrew's a human being himself. Obviously, he's not going to react well to that.
Yeah. It's not on. It's not on. TBG says, Ange has shown me enough to prove that he can be an elite coach. A squad with holes everywhere had Bergvall and Odeberg as marquee signings. Ask yourself how many Spurs players will get into other top 6 squads. Then ask yourself who's to blame.
Yeah, with holes everywhere had Bergvall as mark. I wouldn't say Bergvall and Odeberg were the marquee signings, but they were definitely... I would say more probably Gray and Solanke were our marquee signings, but that's probably not enough. But how many of the Spurs players get into the top 6 squads? Squads or 11? Because those are two different questions.
Well, if you talk about 11s, still, I don't think many do.
I think the question is, how many of our players could play for a top 6 team?
Well, it depends. Well, that's the same thing as getting into an 11, isn't it? Because they already have those players there.
Yeah, but when you look at someone like Chelsea, their depth is so good. The gap between the first team and the second team, especially up front anyway, is small. So for example, I don't know, right wing is Madueke and I don't know who else is right wing. Madueke and who was it? Sancho.
They've
Or
got
Neto?
Their wingers on. I think they can all play on either side, to be honest. But they've got Felix, Neto, Sancho, Madueke, Mudryk.
So when you compare our players, is the question, would those players start for Chelsea, or is the question, could our players be one of those two options on in that Chelsea squad, who could be in a rotation there, because it's so tight? And could Son be a left winger for Chelsea? Probably. Could Solanke be a striker for Chelsea? Probably. Could Decky be in Chelsea's team as a rotation for Palmer? Probably.
Yeah.
They could be in the squad, but in the best 11, at the moment, it's hard to say any of them because Chelsea playing so well, we're playing bad. But our best, you could argue Van de Ven and Romero and Porro and Udogie all get in there, but and Vicario. But
yeah, I guess the difference is though as well. There are a few players that can probably get in, but the difference is that where they see the frailties in the squad, the goalkeeper, the defensive, the centre backs and stuff like that, they'll go out there and they'll sign top players to come in. We're going to sign 18-year-olds.
Yeah, they spent £2 billion or whatever it is, or £1 billion since he's come in. We're just never going to do that.
No, we're not. So we're never going to challenge at the top.
Again, I don't think you have to spend £1 billion.
Everyone that is fighting at the top spends big money.
And we spent big money.
But
Not
a lot
this summer,
bigger
but-
than us, though.
Net spend over the last, 5 years, we're right up there, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. But then we still have the 6th or 7th highest wage bill in the league.
Yeah, because we reduced it a lot last summer. But doesn't mean that
But it's
can't
also
increase.
because we're not spending big on wages.
Yeah. Our wages, only Son's on just under 200 grand.
Yeah.
Maddison's on big. Werner's on big.
We spend the same amount of wages as Aston Villa.
We spend the same amount of wages.
They're
as
in the
Aston Villa.
Championship for 4
Yeah,
years,
but
isn't
that's as of this season. I don't think that was the case last season. because we've let go of Dyer, we've let go of Lloris, we've let go of a lot of players on big wages.
Yeah, I'm saying this season
Kane was there, but I'm just saying, yeah, and it's reduced, and it needed to reduce just because the average age of the squad, but you know, it doesn't mean that can't increase.
It needed to be reduced because the players that were on high wages needed to go.
Yeah.
It didn't need to be reduced in terms of the players that we replaced them with. We needed to replace them with good players. And we've replaced them with fairly good players, but not players that are going to catapult us up to where we really want to be.
All right.
Which one is next? I can't remember where we were.
Kieran, is it?
Kieran. Oh, this is a long one. I really struggle to see the blame always being put on the manager. Each of our last 5 managers had a similar cycle. All were class managers at other clubs. So is it every single manager's fault that we lack the depth to compete or can't spend the money that other clubs can to compete for a title? Pointing the finger at the manager at every bad patch of form is literally insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So many unaddressed areas in the window once again are biting us in the ass. All can be backtracked to one man, and it's not the manager, it's Levy. The only substantial change that needs to happen isn't another manager, because in a year's time we'll be having the same exact conversation. No growth happens with changing the manager like a pair of clothes. So stop being daft and always point the finger there. Ange is not clear from blame, but sacking him will only set us backwards. Nothing good happens when you rotate through managers. Trust the project.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, I do agree with that, to be fair.
I think he's right, and that's why I'm saying we'll just stick with him. Like, as much as he has to take a lot of blame, I just think that he's our best bet at the moment.
Well, when you do think about a manager that can come in, it's slim picking at the moment, unless you like throw the book at Andoni. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Is it necessarily going to massively improve? I mean, he's great. Don't get me wrong, good manager, but he's also got a very intense style of play. His teams are very much focused on pressing and intensity and stuff like that. And quite frankly, that's probably the one thing that's right now causing us to struggle with inconsistency. So, like, if we bring him in, are things going to massively change? I don't know. Not in the short term, anyway.
I still think the way Bournemouth play, I still think like they still have a defensive structure where I don't really think we have one against particular teams.
I mean, last week's game we haven't, but I think in general this season, I think we've actually not conceded too many too many shots. As the last 6 games, clearly there's been a massive increase, as I've said in the stats. It shows that, but. Yeah, Iraola's done a great job his last 2 jobs, but he's not guaranteed any improvement for sure. He's not going to necessarily get Iraola in and we'll be challenging again. I don't think that's true necessarily, not in the short term anyway. I think again you're probably going to need to give him these 6 months and then another thing in more places
as well. Like, you never know what's around the corner, because look at Chelsea, for example. You know, everyone was laughing at Chelsea. They got 45 million players and all this kind of stuff. And Pochettino came in and everyone thought, you know, he was going to do the business. He gets sacked and everyone's like, oh, they're going nowhere, this club, Chelsea. And then they've brought in Maresca. Nobody thought he was going to do a good job. And they're fighting at the top at the moment. Yeah,
but they have a similar amount of points that we did last season, the same stage.
Yeah. But we're not at last season, we're at this season. And last season, the first 10 games, we've all kind of accepted was a new manager bounce.
So why can't this be a new manager bounce for Chelsea?
Well, it's succeeded 10 games now.
Yeah, by 4 games.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down.
Yeah, but look, I'm not saying they'll drop down. Look, maybe they didn't have that one game where they had 10 injuries like we did, and it completely killed our season at that point. But I'm not saying they're going to drop down. I'm just saying it's interesting perspectives, because as I say, they've got 27 points, or they're on 28 points after 14 games. After 14 games, we were on 27 last season, so we were in very similar situations. So, like, let's see how he keeps going. He's doing well at the moment. Doesn't mean they're destined for a title challenge for the rest of the season necessarily.
Yeah. I don't think they will be in a title challenge this season, Chelsea, but I do think, like, you look at the squad that they have there and the owner's willingness to back projects and to spend money to get the club to where it wants to be. You know, we're just not that. We're just not that. So however many managers we bring in, we're just going to be top 4 at best. That's the reality for this football club, where you look at other clubs, they they actually want to back a project and actually want success at a football club. I think we look at revenues as success.
Yeah, that's true.
So I guess Daniel Levy will be very happy with the way the club's going in
Probably.
terms of revenues, because we got loads of revenues, and as soon as he thinks top four is going to be out of reach and that lucrative Champions League money won't be coming to this football club, that's when he's going to sack the manager. Return of the Shelf said, this was only 11 days ago. I'm with Ange for better or worse until the end. When it's good, it's breathtaking. When it's bad, it's poor. He needs the tools. He needs a squad capable of competing on four fronts. The board must back him.
Oh, Nathan, did you see the Nathan Clark one? Did you read that one out?
No, I'll go to that next. Just react to this one first, I guess.
Yeah. Well, look, we definitely need more players. That's for sure. I think I agree with that. At the moment we're running on empty, and we've got severe. The holes are being very much exposed in the squad, very much so. The injuries we've got are in the worst areas a lot of the time, and right now it's hard to see how we get out of it, because we've got a lot of games and not a lot of ways to change it. So that's the worry. The problem is, can he last this run? That's the question. I do think if we give him time, he'll turn it around and we can start winning games again. But in the short term, it's difficult.
It's just a question of if the players are still backing it. That's the question.
Players as well. That's a question. I'm not in the dressing room. I don't know.
And also, like, if this period is going to be as hard as you say it is, if they are backing it now, will they be backing it at the end of this period?
All different questions.
Many questions, yeah. Nathan Clark says, I haven't lost faith in this project personally, but I'm losing the energy to try and fight the case and persuade others. Is that where you're at, Sim?
Pretty much.
You're still fighting the good fight of trying to persuade me, though.
Try. I just don't want the fans to. I mean, look, fans will do what they want, but I'm just sick of begging for blood for managers. Like, instead of like just expecting, oh, he's going to be gone. He's gone now. This is it. Oh, we'll lose one more game. That'll be his last game, and thinking he's on his last legs. Let's maybe just try and push through this poor form and try and go things in a different direction to how we've done previously, where as soon as it looks like he's done, we're all ready for him to be sacked. Like, let's just not do that.
Yeah.
But fans will do what they want.
StatMuse FC, Tottenham are the first team to not score a goal, not register a big chance, and lose the game, despite having at least 65% possession in the Premier League in a game in 2024.
Yeah, and I think Jory brought up a good point.
Yeah, he did actually.
Yesterday, in terms of possession, the more possession we have, it's harder. Because I think naturally it makes sense. First of all, the players we have in the squad, a lot of them, especially people like Johnson, Son, stuff like that, they're very much more geared to a transitional game. That's very much their strength. And the less possession we have, the more chance we've got to exploit spaces. And that's why maybe we do look better in those periods.
Just the funny thing is, the funny thing is that this team right now that we have is the team that we should have given Conte.
Yeah, maybe he would have done better with it.
Because it is very good on the transition. 3, fairly good centre-backs as well at the club. Like when we had Conte, who was our 3 centre-backs?
Imagine that summer, we got top 4, then we give him Van der Ven, we give him Doggy, we give him Porro, we give him, maybe not so Wood, had Kane already.
I think Antonio Conte, with this team that we have right now, could do very, very well.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Instead, we gave him Longley, Emerson, and Sessegnon.
Long gap.
And Sanchez at the back, Dyer. That's what we gave him. And that's why he went crazy.
This club. Tottenham Joe says Doggy.
Yeah, oh God.
Is that KSI?
That's KSI. Oh, dearie me. Doggy yesterday.
Cody Mack. No, I'm not Ange out, but I definitely need to see progress soon. We just appear to be getting worse and worse, regardless of who's available. The tactics are questionable. The workload's intense. And the players look broken tonight. Not looking good. Not looking good at all.
Yeah, I think it's more. I think at the moment what we're seeing is bad, but it's more the fear of the future that's just giving everyone anxiety at the moment with what's to come.
Yeah, nothing would please me more than Spurs to go on a winning run, Ange to save his job, and Spurs to have a great season this year. But just all I'm saying is I just can't see that happening.
Yeah, I get that. So it was always with Spurs, it's always darkest before the dawn.
It's actually very true when you expect it the least. When you least expect it.
They don't. If you have a bit of hope, they'll never give you anything. As soon as you're down in the dumps, and that's
where I'm at right now. And that's where I'm at right now.
You have to lose hope before Tottenham turn it around.
And I have lost hope, so now we're going to smash Chelsea on the weekend.
Only when you've lost all hope, that's when they turn it around.
Counter pressers. Tottenham don't deserve Ange Postecoglou. He has shown me enough to believe he can be an elite coach. His unwavering persistence at times is over the top, but he is grounded in his ideas. He is a winner. Tottenham are not winners. Spurs are out of their depth, not Ange. And this isn't the a quote retweet to obviously Ange having a fan popping at Ange, a few fans popping at Ange, and Ange popping back a little bit. First of all, on that video, I think it's a disgrace from those fans to treat anyone wearing our badge like that. Like, as much as we can criticise, criticism is fine, but once it starts to become abuse, it's completely over the line.
At least I know. At least with like Ange, he's really trying to. He's had a lot on his plate. Let's be honest. I know he needs to be doing better. I've criticised him. I think this squad should be finishing higher than 10th. But he's trying to win, trying to do things with a daring approach, with an attacking approach, trying to build something at this club. And to treat him in that way, whether you think he's doing a good job or not, like. At least, I think he cares about the club. I think he wants to do what's best for the club. And I think, maybe if it was like Conte or something who literally treated us like he was doing us a favour being manager here, like, I would understand more vitriol for him. But, like, to be calling him, all these obscenities and shouting at him, and he's coming over to clap the fans and you're going crazy at him as if he's the big problem, or like as if like he's doing it on purpose or something. I don't know. I just don't like it at all. Like, we need to be supporting him. We need to be backing him to turn it around. And it's like we're ready to give up already. We're ready to get him sacked. And we're ready to move on.
We've seen a lot of it actually over the past week. We saw the West Ham fans and Lopetegui. They're singing. West Ham fans are singing "Sacked in the Morning" to their own manager. We've seen a lot with Gary O'Neill at Wolves as well. The Wolves fans were really, hurling dogs abuse at Gary O'Neill, and also singing "Sacked in the Morning." So a lot of fans turning at the moment on their management, and we're only 5 points above West Ham, which is mad to think about with how poor West Ham have actually been this season. Mm-hmm. How many batterings have they taken?
A lot.
They got battered by us. They got battered by Arsenal. I think a few more in there as well. And to only be 5 points above them, that's madness. Mm-hmm. But look, the abuse is completely over the line. No one should be abusing anyone that has that badge. Well, anyone in general, but particularly a Spurs player or a Spurs manager. It's just not on. But to say that Tottenham don't deserve Ange Postecoglou, I also think it's a bit over the top.
That's a bit over the top. I like Ange, but no one's bigger than the club.
Yeah. Gus says, there isn't a manager in the world that can fix us. Nothing will change unless the mentality at the top is completely overhauled. There's a good chance we go into Sunday derby with Dragoshin and Gray as our centre-back pairing. That's gross negligence. It's blatantly obvious. I do agree with the sentiment. I mean,
but then again, how do you legislate for 3 injured centre-backs?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, our 2 top centre-backs and now our backup centre-back are all out injured. This next one says, fair play to the perpetually positive in our fan base. I have no idea how you convince yourselves year after year that this project will be the one. I've never said Ange out or any manager because it doesn't matter. I know the problem at our football club. You do too, if you're honest. Yep, can't disagree with that, to be honest.
Well, when it's been,
I think he's talking to you.
When it's been, look, I'm not saying Ange is the one that's going to bring us back to winning, to bring us to a stage that's winning titles or anything like that. But when it comes to, or even that this project is definitely going to work, but at least we have a project that we're building towards. And if you don't stick to it, then there's no point even starting it. If you don't stick to it in the tough times, then what was the point in going for it in the first place?
Yeah, but then you don't know what's tough times and what's just like just completely dead and bad.
Correct. It's true. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know, but you might. But we've given up on things before, and then it seems to get worse, and then we go. We spend more years in the wilderness. You might as well just stick with it and hope that you can turn it around until it's completely untenable. I don't think we're there yet, but
We're not far off.
maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, 2 weeks ago again, we're all singing his praises, and we're all, fully on board with it. And then now 2 weeks later, and now he's not far off the sack. Like,
We were jubilant after a massive win, yes, but I still think the cracks and the signs were there.
Yeah,
Not in
I'm
that
not saying
performance
they
alone,
weren't.
but in terms of the form.
I'm just saying, like, you can't have him sacked 2 weeks after, like, everyone's saying he should be in. He's doing a good job, and we should be buying into it. And then 2 weeks later, he should be sacked. Like, I think it's just so reactionary. But I can't deny that the results in the last year have not been good enough. That's the reality.
Yeah.
And a year's a long time.
Yeah. Jacko Cat says, still not Ange out. The players aren't good enough to play any system consistently well. We'll be in a position again very soon. We'll be in this position again very soon. Bunch of mediocre players, the majority of it at least.
I don't think the majority of mediocre, but there's probably quite a few mediocre players in the squad. But I don't know, we definitely got enough quality to be doing better than 10th. I just do believe that. But it's what there was saying there aren't good enough players to play any system consistently well. We'll be in that position again very soon. I don't know if I believe that.
James Dickinson, big up Dicko. He says, so it was Poch's fault, Jose's fault, Nuno's fault, Conte's fault, Mason's fault, Stellini's fault. Now we're supposed to believe it's Ange's fault as well. The club have you lot on strings. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree with that.
Squawker saying Tottenham away from home in the Premier League this season, drawn against Leicester, lost against Newcastle, beat Man United, lost against Brighton, lost against Palace, beat Man City, now lost against Bournemouth.
Yeah, I mean, the away
We only
form
win in.
is-
Can't we not play in Manchester every week?
Yeah, let's just can we put a petition out to move every game to Manchester? That'll be all right. It'll be all right if we do that.
Zeus 1882 says, could have spent the night getting kicked in the nuts, and that would have been more enjoyable than watching Tottenham.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, especially the last bit of the game.
Return of the Shelf says, wow, he's not blameless, but he's really not been set up for success, and this does not help. Surely as fans, we can't go through it all again. Another manager, another rebuild. I know I can't. And yeah, I mean, I've been saying that consistently before the game yesterday, and I don't think I've gone as far to say Ange out, but I mean, I've just got no faith in the project, and I don't know if I'll have faith in any project. That's the reality.
So you might as well just stick with this one.
Yeah. I'm just so like numb to it all, like Ange in, Ange out. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like, if we stick with him, we ain't gonna achieve what we want to achieve. If we sack him, we ain't gonna be able to achieve what we want to achieve. So it is what it is. BLTHFC says, yes, the injuries are very bad, but we're failing to do the basics on the pitch. Horrible passing, horrible in the dues, lack of quality, body language disgraceful, awful watch. We're bang in trouble heading into Christmas now.
That's definitely true. We are definitely bang in trouble. I agree with that.
Spurs Connect says, it's coming, people. Mason in.
Come on, it's Mason's time. Do you reckon he's getting ready?
Yeah,
He's getting the kit on.
definitely getting ready.
He's getting ready.
And Hotspur Connor is just going through some of Spurs' tweets.
This is all our half-time losing at the break tweets.
Behind at the break, behind at the break, behind at the break, behind at the break.
So many. God.
Yeah, but that's it, people. That is how the internet did react to the game yesterday. We got a couple more super chats. One from Jacob Melinda saying, I think the nuance doesn't help with us at the moment. Tired players, injuries, inconsistent lineups, meaning people weren't quite at it. This will turn around. Come on, you Spurs. I love the confidence, mate.
Come on.
Georgiou. Big up, George. Member for 34 months says, sacking Ange is pointless. Rinse, repeat for Enoch and Levy. Yeah, probably right, mate.
Well, poll update. 611 votes, 64% Ange in, and 36% Ange out. That surprised me. I thought more would be Ange out, but pleasantly surprised.
Maybe not as reactionary as you thought.
Yeah, maybe not.
Some people in the comments here.
Maybe it's just our community, but I wonder if we did it on Twitter, what the result would be.
Yeah, definitely the other way. What do you think about Levy and Levy out? What would the poll be?
Oh, Levy, I think Levy out,
Yeah.
for sure.
All right. Well, it's time to turn our attentions to the game on Sunday.
There's always another game.
always another game.
Wow.
Tottenham against Chelsea.
2 hours, 45 minutes we've been going for.
Ah, bloody hell. At the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And it is a big one, people. London
It's a biggie.
derby. London derby. What was it? 4:30 kickoff? 4 o'clock?
4:30 on Sunday.
4 o'clock kickoff on Sunday. Chelsea going really well at the moment. Tottenham not going so well at the moment. We're going to get into our predicted lineup first. So do you want to get
Just quickly, but there's this comment here from Gigi. Ben having a breakdown worse than Pep.
I'm going to start hitting myself with a face blast and I'll get scratches everywhere.
Exactly. It's like clawing his face off.
Oh, God. This is what this club does to me, man. This club.
The losses, I need them. I need those losses.
I don't need them, man.
You don't need
I definitely do not need them.
Oh, God. Let me just... Where is it?
But anyway, let's get into the...
Where is it? Subscribe... Where is it? Oh.
Ben Guardiola.
Okay. Lineups. Yeah.
Ready? All right. Let's get into the predicted lineup. Tottenham against Chelsea on Sunday, 4 o'clock kickoff. In terms of the injury news, what have we got going into this?
So, well, he's done a press conference this morning, and obviously since last night, nothing's guaranteed. We know Ben Davies picked up a hamstring injury, so he is not going to be available. He said probably for a while, so that's a big blow. He said Romero should be back in training today, and we'll see tomorrow if he'll be fit for Sunday. So that's a positive. So maybe he'll be back. There are rumours about him refusing to play, all this stuff. I don't know how much we buy into it, but there's rumours there. That
It
might
feels like
happen.
he's been returning to injury tomorrow for like the last week.
Yeah, I mean, he had that toe injury that he went off at half-time against Argentina. And then when he came back from international duty, Ange said, "Oh, he's all right, but he's getting over his injury. But he had his birth of his baby, and we just wanted to give him the weekend off." And he still hasn't returned, and now he's saying rehab and all these different things. So I don't know where the truth lies. There are rumours flying around on social media yesterday, according to someone who said it was a bit of Chinese whispers, but someone said they heard from Michael Bridge that Michael Bridge had a rant in the stadium about Romero refusing to play even though he's fit. So that was a rumour, not substantiated. I don't know if there's any truth to it. Maybe people are speculating because of what's going on at the moment. But Ange said in his press conference that he's set to train today, although there's not going to be much training today because day after a game, so looking more towards tomorrow to be back in training. So maybe he'll be fit. We're going to need him because Davies is out. So he's also, unless it's going to be him or Archie Gray essentially at centre back. The other players, obviously Odegaard still out, Richarlison, Vicario still long-term absentees. Van der Ven, he didn't mention Van der Ven, but I'm assuming he's still, maybe there's a reason he didn't mention Van der Ven. Maybe he's keeping his cards close to his chest. He's done it before, so I wouldn't, you never know. Don't rule it out. We saw him back on the grass, didn't we, in an Instagram post, so maybe there's a reason he didn't mention Van der Ven. And who else is there? Bentancur suspended, Mikey Moore, he didn't mention him, but he's probably still out as well.
Do you want to bring the graphic on screen?
Oh, he's going to update it with Ben Davies. But it's just what you see on screen with maybe Romero being a doubt and Ben Davies being ruled out.
Yeah. So I guess we'll get into the predicted lineup. You got the graphic?
Yeah.
It's not showing, though, the...
Home lineup. Let me see. 1 sec. If I click submit... No, one sec.
It's broken, mate. It's broken.
No, I tell you what it is. Is it? Yeah.
All
For
right.
Carousel.
So, yeah, big Fraser Forster in goal. He's been pretty good since he's stepped in. Probably our best performer on Thursday night.
Is Vicario going to struggle to get back in the team? Here we go. I love that question. It always comes when there's someone coming in doing well. Oh, is so-and-so going to struggle to get back in the team?
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Well, Fraser's been saving our skin.
He has been saving our skin, but Vicario would have saved our skin as well.
Has he been better than you expected to be? Like?
Definitely. I mean, come on, that's not even a question. He's been brilliant. He's been brilliant. I can't fault him. Big up to Fraser Forster because no one expected him to come in and be as assured and, saved our bacon in a lot of the games. Even though we're not getting many wins, the losses would have been a lot more if it wasn't for Fraser.
Yeah, big up to him. So he has done well. Look, to be fair, he's a very experienced Premier League keeper, isn't he? So shouldn't be too much of a surprise he can perform at this level. But, the amount of pressure we've been under, and he's really stood up to it really well. The question is he going to be able to do it, from now till the end of, what is it, March or February? That's the question. So we'll see. But he's doing very well. Big up to him.
Right back, I think Pedro Porro comes back in for this game.
Yeah,
obviously
think so.
Was on the bench. He got the last 20 minutes, I think he got at Bournemouth.
Yeah, it wasn't great, but he has to. He's going to come back in. I think it's great, did all right, but look, I think he rested Porro for a reason, and that's to keep him fresh for this game. So
now the centre back situation.
We
know Radu will definitely play.
Yeah, so Radu on the question is, do we put him right or left, depending on if Romero.
Gray was actually left.
Yeah. But if Romero's fit, does Romero come in on the right? Are we going to say Romero's fit? Are we saying Van de Ven is fit? Are we going a cheeky VDV?
We've got nothing to say, no evidence to say either of them are going to be playing.
More evidence to say Romero's fit because he said he could be back in training tomorrow. So
could be.
But
he has been saying that like the last couple of games, hasn't he?
Well, he said pre-press conference that the plan is to have him back in training this weekend, and now he's saying he's going to be.
But I felt like the game before. What was the game before Bournemouth, or the game before that? He said he keeps saying it's going to be next game. It's going to be next game. It's going to be next game. I swear he said that since the international break. How many games has it been since the international break?
We missed the City games. So City, Roma, Bournemouth.
I feel like every game since the international break, he's been saying it's next game.
4 games. Well, when he first came back, he said he was touch and go for City, and
that's what I'm saying.
Then Fulham came. I can't remember what he said about the Fulham game.
I don't think Romero's going to play.
Or you think he's refusing to play?
I don't know if he's refusing to play. I don't know whether it's injury or that, or I don't know. Something's not right behind the scenes. Maybe it's just his injury.
He hasn't said he's back in training before. This is the first time he said that.
I'm pretty sure he's been saying he's going to be back for next game. I don't know about training.
Yeah, but now he's saying he's back in training. Now he's being a bit more specific.
I don't know. I just don't think he's going to play.
I think he will play. I think he's going to make the extra effort. He's going to bring him back in. We're going to need him. We've got no one else. He's either he plays or he's Gray, and I think he's going to go with him.
Let's hope he doesn't get sent off again. Look, we'll go for it. I'll trust your
instincts.
Delusion on this one.
Not delusion. He said he's back in training. That's not deluded.
He didn't say he's back in training. He said he could be back in training.
He said tomorrow. He said he's set to be back in training. So Romero, we're going to put him in. Come on. We have to. Well, look, we'll just have to hope he's back. Let's be honest.
I don't think he's going to be back. But anyway, Romero's right
will.
centre back, Dragoshin left centre back.
Radu.
Left back, I'm guessing a doggy.
Yeah. I mean, unless he's going to play Spence there. Don't even have Davis there as an option
Or he
anymore,
plays Gray there.
Yeah, could play Gray there. Doggy. Again,
Doggy is being overplayed massively. And again, he wasn't great on the weekend. He hasn't been great for a while. There is a case for Archie Gray to play.
Yeah, he's going to be up against Madueke, probably.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be Madueke. I think it'll be Neto Sancho on the wings.
Neto. I mean,
Neto destroyed us at the Tottenham Stadium last time.
Neto. For Wolves. Yeah, he's going to have a difficult task ahead of him, but I think we're going to go with him. I think I think he will play him. Look, it's a big game. I think he's going to put all his big guns out. Anyone who's fit.
All the big guns are coming out this
exactly.
weekend.
No holds barred.
In the 6, it will be Yves Bissouma.
Yeah, Bissouma. He's in
Another player that's played a lot of football. The two in midfield.
Did take him off though, which was a surprise for the
Yeah.
last 20 minutes, and then he put Bergval in the middle with Decky.
Yeah,
Didn't
because
quite
he just
work.
went all out, didn't he? So Bissouma in the 6. The midfield is interesting because he played Decky on the wing and Maddison in the midfield last time with Sarr. I think it will be back to Sarr and Decky in the midfield.
Sarr and Decky midfield. So Sarr, Decky. Okay, so we're putting Decky on the right. Well, we're dropping Maddison. You're saying?
That's what I think. Yeah,
Isn't this a game for Maddison? Chelsea.
I said that. Yeah, I did say that, but I was assuming that he wasn't going to start him in
Midweek.
midweek.
Yeah. I've got a feeling he's going to stick with the same team that played City, and then just put Son on the left.
Well, Decky on the right, Sonny on the left, Solanke up top. I mean, I wouldn't be against it.
Maddison, Sarr. But then again, we played that midfield 3. Maybe I want to change that midfield 3 up, freshen up a bit, and just put Decky in there.
I think he'll put Decky in the middle more. I think he'll want that physicality in the middle of the park.
So Decky there. Sarr. So Decky on the right. Sarr, where is he? 29. Sarr on the right. So that midfield 3.
Yeah.
And I think like that as well, because actually Sarr looks a lot better when he's on the left side, doesn't he? Then when Maddison's there, he seems to be on the right side because Maddison likes it on the left side as well. But when Decky's there, you can play Decky on the right and Sarr on the left. Not that it makes a huge difference, but he just looks a bit better, looks more comfortable on that.
Yeah.
That side. So maybe that's how we'll do it like that. / Sarr going to a bit of a double pivot as well.
Brennan on the right, even though Brennan's very lucky because he was so shocking. You know, he's just lucky we don't have another right winger.
Yeah, exactly. It's either Decky or him at the moment. If we're playing Decky in the centre, he gets the slot. He gets the chance to redeem himself.
Unless with Brennan's performance, though, I could see now. Actually, I've just changed my mind. I think with Brennan's performance, I could see Decky on the right and then Maddison in the midfield.
So now you change your mind.
Yeah, I think so. Just
you
because
think?
I'm rethinking of Brennan's performance last night.
Well,
It's giving me
Brennan also
shivers.
played 90 minutes, didn't he?
Yeah.
And did he play? Who was the last game? Roma. He started. Not Roma. Was it Roma? No, it was Fulham. He also started against Fulham.
Brennan played 90 minutes against Fulham, 90 minutes against Bournemouth, 68 minutes against Roma.
Yeah, so it'll probably be Decky on the right and Son on the left then.
All right, rip it up.
We're ripping it up.
Rip it up.
Oh.
Put Maddison instead of Decky, and then put Decky instead of Brennan.
And then Brennan Solanke.
Yeah, and then Solanke in the 9.
So it's going to look like this, people.
Yeah, that's what I think. And then Sonny out on the
Who
left-hand
else?
side.
Sonny on the bench on the weekend. Hopefully that keeps him a bit fresher for the Chelsea games. That's going to be our lineup.
Yeah, so let's run through that lineup. This is your predicted lineup to take on Chelsea. Fraser Forster in goal, Porro right back, Doggy left back, Romero and Dragoshin at centre back. In the midfield, it'll be Bissouma and Sarr as a double pivot probably, with Maddison in the 10, Kulusevski on the right, Sonny on the left, and Big Dom Solanke up top.
Dan Kilpatrick has just done an update on Romero, saying there is a chance that Romero returns this weekend versus Chelsea.
Come on.
From Dan KP. So Romero's in there. Come on.
It'll be so classic if Spurs win this weekend, man. It's so
Down
classic.
In the dumps, and we just put out just a win from nowhere.
Oh.
Like, I remember after City, the main thing was, as much as we were shocked after City, the main takeaway was it makes no sense.
This football
Makes
club just
no
makes no
sense.
sense
We
whatsoever.
lose to Ipswich and we have Dragoshin and Davis to keep a clean sheet away at City. That's just, this club has no rhyme nor reason. So,
Well, that is our predicted lineup to take on Chelsea. We're going to move in to the match preview. And, yeah, let's just get that off the screen.
oh, where is it?
Oh.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, you have to take it all off. It is all off. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, let's get into the match preview. Tottenham against Chelsea. It's a really hard one to preview this because Chelsea are coming into it flying at the moment. Spurs are coming into it probably the lowest it's been in the Ange Postecoglou era. Look at that form in the last 5 games from Chelsea. 4 wins on the bounce and a draw in there. Spurs obviously just had a horrific defeat at Bournemouth, which we showed signs of really poor signs of just lack of fight, lack of energy, lack of creativity. Really worrying going into a big London derby. Chelsea as well on the back of, I know Southampton were down to 10 men, but they absolutely destroyed them, didn't they? 5 goals at St Mary's.
Yeah, I was early on though. I don't know if you were seeing a lot of the game, but early on,
I was watching the goal shows.
In the early on in the game, Southampton definitely had.
That's what Southampton do, though.
Yeah, I know they had a good start, but what's called Aribo missed a massive chance. Then they gave a goal away, as they always do. Then they equalised, and they're actually giving Chelsea a really good game. And then what Southampton do was, I think the keeper passed it straight to Nkunku and gave him an open goal.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's 2-1, and then they got the red card, and then the game got taken away from them. But they were definitely well in the game early on. But yeah, as soon as that red
talking
card
about
happened,
a few minutes though.
You're talking about 15 minutes, but this is Southampton. They're bottom of the league. But I'm saying. They were. It's not like they created quite a few chances.
The thing is with Chelsea, right? Their defence ain't that good. So if you get at them, you can create chances against them, no matter what team you are.
But
so I feel like they're dynamite going forward.
Yeah, they got one probably. You could argue the best forward options in the league.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think they do have the best forward options in the league. You look at players like Nicholas Jackson. Nick Jackson, right? He scored 14 Premier League goals last season, but this year. I rated him last season, even though he was missing, he was getting clowned upon for missing quite a few clear-cut chances. I feel like he's kind of got more assured in himself this season, and he's looking like a really good Premier League number 9. You got Pedro Neto and either Madueke or Sancho on the wings, and I feel like Neto is such a good player, but for the level of player he is, he needs to be getting more goal contributions.
Yeah, amazingly, they've been able to keep him fit. Maybe
Yeah.
It's because he's in a rotation and they haven't had to overplay him or anything, but he's been able to stay fit and he's been good, I think, whenever he's played. But yeah, I think he doesn't get enough goal contributions for a player of his quality. But as you say, they got Sancho can come in, and Nkunku can come in, Felix can come in.
And they rested quite a few players at Southampton as well.
They made 7 changes, I think.
So they're going to be they're going to be fresh coming into this.
Whereas we had to play everyone
and
put extra effort in because we were losing and we still lost.
And obviously Cole Palmer.
Needs no introduction.
The amount of goal contributions Cole Palmer's got is absolutely disgusting. I was doing a comparison of Cole Palmer and Martin Odegaard with my friend the other night. Yeah, Cole Palmer has got, I think, 9 less goal contributions than Martin Odegaard in his whole Arsenal career.
That's ridiculous.
How ridiculous is that?
That is ridiculous. Palmer only started playing last year.
That's what I'm saying. In a year and a half, he's got 9 less goal contributions than Odegaard in his whole Arsenal career.
He's probably how much younger than Odegaard is he? He's like 3 years younger than him?
Yeah, I mean, Odegaard's what? Yeah, something like that. Cole Palmer's 20, even so, 26, whatever it is. Cole Palmer is
21, 22?
22. He's just insane. And I was just trying to convince my Arsenal supporting friend that Cole Palmer's better than Martin Odegaard.
You know what I love about Palmer as a player, that is? He's one of those players where you look at him, he gets to that level of output, right? And you look at him and he's got, in terms of physical qualities, he's not really particularly strong. He's not particularly fast.
His movement is elite, man.
That's the thing. So that is so hard. That is the hardest thing to stop, because when you have someone like, say, I don't know, a different kind of attacking player who you know what their attacking quality, what their physical qualities are. You know what you're going to be up against. That's like something you can plan for. But when you got someone like Palmer, who, whatever people throw at him, he seems to be able to just find a pocket of space, find a moment. That's just so hard to stop because you can't read that. It's just he always reacts to the game. He's so clever with his movement. He's so clever with his positioning. And as well, as soon as he gets the ball, he's so quick thinking. He gets out of his feet. He has a vision in his mind, and he's got unbelievable quality in that left foot. And that is just because he's got that in him. It makes him so difficult to stop. He doesn't rely on his physical qualities because he doesn't have elite physical qualities. He relies on his brain, and I think when the football brain's always quicker than the opposition, that always sets you apart, I think, rather than just relying on your physical qualities all the time. And that is why he's so special, I think. And he's having an amazing season again. He had it would be easy to think last season could have been a one-off for him. He had 30 goal contributions or something last
33.
season. I mean,
33 and 33 games.
and you would have thought that surely, like, he's not going to be able to sustain that, and he's on par. What he's on par.
He's actually we've got a better rate this season.
He's
than
on,
he does
he's
last
on
season.
got a better rate. So this guy's a special player clearly, and Chelsea must be kicking themselves.
Last year
not
was-
Chelsea, City. I mean,
Last year's 33 and 33. This year is 15 and 14.
so he's outpacing himself from last year, and to think it's not a one-off. It's like
And by the way, last year was in like a failing Chelsea team as
Yeah.
well.
it's mad. He's a special player, and Basuma is at the moment be getting booked a lot, and he's been struggling to dominate the midfield the last couple of games, and he's been overplayed a lot, and he's going to have Palmer to contend with.
I feel like Palmer as well. Like he only picks up the ball in positions on the pitch and situations where like he can make a direct impact. Where he's so dangerous. He can run late into the box. He can shoot from 35 yards. No matter what, Palmer is an unbelievable player. But it's not just the attacking talent as well. I think their midfield is so strong as well. You look at Enzo and Caicedo. Whatever people want to say about Enzo and the season he had last year, I think recently, since he's got back into that Chelsea team, he's been brilliant. He really has. And Caicedo, I actually think he's been the best six in the league this season. That's how much I
Well,
rate
he's
him.
more. They play in a double pivot, don't
Yeah.
they?
But I think he's the best DM in the league.
Yeah, he's playing very well. He's got boundless amounts of energy, great qualities. I think last game he played right back, didn't he? They
Yeah, he
played
did,
Lavia
yeah.
and Enzo. They've been
Yeah.
playing him right back recently, so I don't know if
Just
they'll
one
play him
game
again.
though, wasn't it?
But yeah, look, he's starting to show his Brighton form now, isn't he? Caicedo. He scored that brilliant goal up at Old Trafford as well.
Well, 2 games he's played right back.
He scored that brilliant goal at Old Trafford.
No, 1 game. Last game, Gusto played right back.
Okay, so maybe he'll be back in the centre for this one. Yeah, I mean, last season when he first came, he was very inconsistent, but he started to find that consistency that he had at Brighton.
Yeah, I guess like where we can get at them is their defence, because I don't think their defence is exceptionally strong.
I think Badiashile. I mean, if Badiashile's going to play, I think he's definitely suspect.
Who's
for
going to play
sure.
centre back for Chelsea?
The WeAreTottenhamTV and Cole arrested.
So Colwill and Badiashile, which I think they're both okay, but I think it's definitely where their weaknesses are.
I think Colwell's big strength is on the ball rather than off the ball. Cucurella's actually had a brilliant season,
Yeah.
to be fair to him. But again, I look at their back four, and to be fair, and I think the stats back it up. I think defensively, they're not, I'm not saying they're bad or they're liabilities or anything, but they're not as their defensive capabilities are not as strong as what their attack is. If you know
they've
what I mean, in
conceded
terms
the
of quality.
same amount as us.
Yeah,
Same goals.
But that's not to say it's because their defense is bad. It's just not as good as how good their attacking is, if you know what I mean. So their attack has got fuller quality, but you look at their defense and it's it can be got at. And I think
Yeah.
teams have found joy against them.
Yeah, I think like the weakest area of the pitch is centre back and goalkeeper.
Yeah, goalkeeper.
I don't rate the goalkeeper
I
at
don't
all.
rate Sanchez. I do not rate him. I think he's a bit of a liability, to be
Yeah.
honest.
But-
Especially they actually have been caught out a lot playing out the back and making mistakes, and
Yeah.
especially from Sanchez as well. So that's something we've got to try and focus on. But again, with our intensity problems at the moment, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, 100%. And we're going to need Solanke to be bang at it. We need Kulusevski to all the players that lead our press and that have been so good in certain games for us. Pushing high up the front, winning the ball back in key areas. We're going to need to be bang at it. And I really hope, as much as the negativity it's been over the last 24 hours, I really hope like the stadium and the fans can just put that to one side just for and support the team through this game, because it's a big London derby against Chelsea. No matter what happens, we need to support the team. When they're playing on the pitch, the team need to be supported. And in any game, but particularly in these London derbies against like the Chelseas and the Arsenals and teams like that. So I really hope we make it a kind of intense atmosphere. Because we know when the stadium's a good atmosphere, it's really good and it can be intense for the opposition.
We just need look. If anything, I mean, I guess we said this after this before the City game as well, and then we won that, and then it didn't really turn us around. But if anything, this fan base just needs a big performance on Sunday. We just need something to show that we can still pull out these big performances.
I kind of feel like we're going to get it.
Well, don't go there, because if we could get a big performance, at least it shows that the players still believe in Ange. I think that's the main thing. That's the thing that people are questioning.
I don't even think it does, though.
I think it does, because I don't think you can get a big win like that if the players aren't behind the manager.
I think you can, because I think like when the big games come around, these players just raise their game because it's a big game, not because maybe they believe in a manager. I think there are situations where that is the case, but there's also situations where it's just because it's a big game and these players like to perform on that kind of stage.
No, but you can't just win these big games like just with energy. You need quality and you need belief. Like you need that. Like with big games aren't just easy to win. You don't just win them just because you want to. Like you have to be your very best. And like Chelsea have been very good this season, and they've They've really scored lots of goals, and they've really, especially recently, form has really turned for them, and they're starting to get some consistency. I think it's 3 wins on the trot now for them. So to turn that around and beat them, for me, would show that this squad still has some fight in it. I would say, even if we then don't win against like Rangers or something, I would say that would still be evidence that we can pull wins out the bag, and that's the important thing. Because look, the point you'll be making is I don't see where the next one is coming from, and if we can beat that, if we can beat Chelsea, right, that's where it is. That shows we can still win games.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't think it means nothing just because we've had a bad game on Thursday. Doesn't mean beating Chelsea means nothing. It doesn't mean something just because we've beaten Chelsea. I'm just saying the fact that we can win a game shows that we can still pull out results even in this difficult period. So we're not gonna. So this whole narrative of he's gone till Christmas, if we can win on Sunday, I just think again that goes to the back burner a bit.
I think that for me, I said before, like after the response to the Man City game, after the response to the Aston Villa game, all these big games that we've had and followed up with poor performances. If we go and beat Chelsea, it doesn't mean too much for me. It will mean a lot to me if we beat Chelsea and then go and win a few games consecutively. One-off game don't mean too much to me in terms of the direction that the club's going in.
Well, if we beat Chelsea, it's 2 wins our last 4.
Oh God! Anyway,
but it's not one-off. I mean, just because we lose if we beat Chelsea, it means it's not a one-off. Because we literally just beat City like a few games ago, so it can't be a one-off if we beat Chelsea on Sunday. Because it's 2 off.
It's a 1 in 5, 1 in 4, 1 in 5,
2 in 4,
2 in 4.
No, but I'm just saying it proves we can win games though.
Okay, we can win a game, great. But if we go and beat
Not
Chelsea,
a game.
If we go and beat Chelsea and then go and lose to Southampton, then what?
But then what if we win the next game and we'll beat Liverpool?
This is what we'll do. So we'll beat
maybe, but that doesn't mean nothing. If we do that, it doesn't.
It does mean nothing.
No, it doesn't. It means we can win games.
Yeah, but it also means that we can lose to the worst.
Correct, but it also means that we're not going to go on this mythical run until now on Christmas, losing every game, which is going to get him the sack. Yes, it's a tough period, and yes, we need to find consistency. But if we do win these games, it doesn't mean nothing. It means we can win these games, and we can actually win them consistently if we do win them. And that's what it proves. And that means that's something worth buying into, in my opinion.
I don't know if it is, because if you can lose quite consistently against the worst teams in this league, then I think it takes away the gloss and it takes away from these big performances that we have massively.
I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm just saying you can't just strike off every time we win a game because we've lost before. Like,
yeah, you can.
No, you can't. Like, if you want him out, you can. But I'm saying
if you're sitting 10th in the league.
Right, if we win, we're not going to be 10th though.
Well, it depends what the other results are, but yeah, it's more than likely we'll be higher up in the league.
Right.
But then if we lose back to Southampton, we'll be back to 10th.
Yeah, but whatever. I'm just saying.
Whatever.
No, but that's in the future. We're talking about Sunday here. I'm talking about you've been saying how long do we give it? All these different things, blah blah blah. Like, I don't see where another win comes from. But if we win on Sunday, right, we beat a good Chelsea side. That shows that even in this very difficult period where we're low on confidence and we're struggling for what's called we're out on our feet when it comes to a squad, we're still managing to pull a win out of the bag, which gives me hope that down the line between now and Christmas there will be a few more wins in there, rather than we're going to just lose every game and then he'll be gone by Christmas. That's my point.
Yeah, but I still think if we win against Chelsea, I just don't think we learn too much, because we've seen us being able to pull out wins from the bag. We know we got a win in us, but those wins are always followed up by poor results and poor games.
And that might happen again. But my point is, we might still be able to pull some wins there. And we might be able to get through this difficult period, like still within touching distance of whatever, top 5 or something, as part, and not just completely falling away. That's my point.
All right, look, we'll see. But in terms of our record against Chelsea, doesn't make for good reading. 3 losses in our last 5. That one win, was that the Ollie Skip win? The 2-0 win when Chelsea were probably at their worst. 2-2, that was the Conte one when Kane in the last minute, wasn't it? Those were the times that we got points. But yeah, that 4-1 defeat was when it all started to fall apart for Ange last season, wasn't it? With the 2 red cards, and you'll never ever see a game of football like that again. You'll literally never ever see a game like it. Was unbelievable.
Wait till Sunday. What are you talking about?
2 men sent off, playing everyone on the halfway line, losing 4-1, and the team go off to a standing ovation.
Don't think that's going to happen on Sunday. Standing ovation if we lose 4-1.
No,
that's not going to happen on Sunday.
No.
But yeah, that was a crazy game of football. That was nuts. Hopefully we don't get 2 men sent off. That's for sure.
Yeah,
we can hope for that. But Chelsea were well in that game. You know, after a good start from Tottenham again, and Chelsea came into it.
Yeah,
and ended up, convincingly winning. But
yeah, and that Eric Dyer offside goal right at the end. If that goal was given, because it was marginally offside, if that goal was given, you never know what could have happened. Imagine 2-2 with 9 men.
That'd be mad.
But look, it's going to be a very, very difficult game. I just hope it's not toxic throughout the game, because the team need the utmost support. They need that 12th man there. They need to really be guided through this game after what happened on the weekend, because they just look so shot of confidence in that last half an hour. I don't know whether it's because they're not playing for the manager. I don't know whether it's because they're just tired. I don't know what it is. I mean, in my personal opinion, I think there is something going on with the players in Ange, but I can't say that for sure. But regardless, we need to make them puff their chests out. We need to support them. We need to be singing for the team for 90 minutes, or at least until the game's out of sight. So I think the fans have a really important role on the weekend.
Yeah, let's just hope we really get behind the team, make it a loud and proud atmosphere. We make it intense and try and do something that we can muster up a good performance. Because it's difficult. It's going to be a difficult day potentially on Sunday.
The reality is, whatever your feelings are towards the club, whether it's Levy, Ange, players, whatever your gripe is with the club, we're all Tottenham Hotspur fans at the end of the day, and we all want what's best for the football club. So I think it's imperative that when those 90 minutes are on, when Spurs are playing, you just give your all for the team, and you give your all for what we've grown up loving for our whole lives, and that is Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. And we need to sing our hearts out, and potentially, especially in a game like this, when it's backs against the wall, things are going. It's really hard. Things are really hard at the moment.
Could it suit us this game? Being a bit, maybe if we play like we did City, a bit more transitional, sit a bit deeper, defend properly. Maybe it could be again.
Potentially, it'll suit. Yeah,
because we're not going to have 70% possession in this game, are we?
No. We're not, and I think there are opportunities to get at this Chelsea team, but I'm just worried. I'm worried about their attack against our defence, and they're really strong players on the wing as well. So look, it's going to be a difficult game. I can't see us winning it, but when I can't see wins, that's when the wins come. Albeit, I did say I thought we were going to lose to Bournemouth, and we did, but we both said we were going to lose to City, and we know what happened there. So. Look, if I'm going to give a prediction, an honest prediction, I'm going to say 3-1 Chelsea. I do think they're going to be a lot more fresher than us as well, which could play a part, especially towards the latter stages of the game. And the last half an hour, I just can't get that out of my mind, how poor and how embarrassing that was. So hopefully we can come out with it with a bit of a point to prove, and try and prove the doubters wrong, prove me wrong, prove everyone that's criticising this team wrong, and show something on the pitch on Sunday. And I think we will maybe do that in the early stage of the game, but I'm worried what happens in the latter stage of this game.
Yeah, I think clearly, the last bits of games at the moment, look at the Roma game, You look at the Fulham game, even though they were down to 10 men. You look at the Bournemouth game. When it gets to like 70 minutes, it seems like we're done at the moment. And is that because of how Ange is asking them to play with their intensity? Are they not able to keep it up? All these different things. I don't know what it is, but definitely a common theme over the last few games that once we get to 70 minutes, we're really, really struggling. So that's something to worry about. Can we get at this Chelsea team? 100%. Do Chelsea give you opportunities? They do. And even when I was watching them play against Villa, Watkins had some really good opportunities in that game. He missed them, and like they give Southampton, they create opportunities. Even with 10 men, they did against Chelsea. Like they give you opportunities. So can we create opportunities against this Chelsea team? Could it suit us a bit, playing a bit more transitional, having less possession? Those are all true things, but Chelsea also a team in great form. Chelsea also a team with unbelievable forward players and can change those forward players if they need changes.
Something that we don't have the luxury of.
They're a team with confidence at the moment. Coming here probably expecting to win now, considering the form we're on, the form they're on. But maybe we can use that. Maybe if they came here as underdogs, they'd come here with a different mentality. Coming here as favourites, expecting to win, maybe we can use that and play it into our favour.
So the bookies have this at evens for Chelsea, 3.4 for Tottenham.
3-1, wow.
Yeah. So yeah, that is our. What's your prediction?
Well, before I knew Romero could be fit, I said 3-2 Spurs. Sorry, 3-2 Chelsea. I said 3-2 Chelsea.
And now,
if Romero's fit, maybe 2-2.
you're going 2-2.
Maybe 2-2.
Desmond.
To
be fair, you said that last night as well.
What?
2-2.
I did.
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
Well, there you have it. That is our match preview for the big London derby against Chelsea Sunday. Me and Sim will be at the game. I think it's Marlon and Amir in the studio, I believe, for the game. So come and join them for the watch along. Hopefully we can put those West Londoners away this weekend in a big game. But that is it for Spurs content today.
Let's just do as one thing. This is quite interesting from Ali Gold. The Spurs Express just tweeted out. It's Ali Gold talking about Tottenham, the situation at the moment. He said, everything about Tottenham always screams reactionary. It's like they listened to the criticism that we weren't finding and signing the next big things as teams like Brighton do. So they went out and did the extreme, signing so many of them, they neglected what they needed now. They have also been reactionary in their managerial appointments, lurching from one style to another, chasing whatever they think should do rather than creating their own identity. And Postecoglou was their first real attempts to do that, create their own identity since Pochettino, and abandoned Postecoglou's project as they have done with so many in the past. And to abandon Postecoglou's project as they have done with so many others in the past would only shed further light on the owner's failings in building a club on the field. There's only so many times you can play in the manager. Levy has gone through 13 permanent managers over the past couple of decades, and there's only so many times you can point the finger and start again. So that is what Ali Gold has to say.
Yeah, look, he's got a fair point. I mean, a lot of the points there is quite a few points I was bringing up in terms of, going all one way, going all the other way, signing loads of 18-year-olds.
But what about you saying abandoning Postecoglou's project would only further shed light on the owner's own failings?
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. And light needs to be shed on the owner's failings as well.
So does he say? But so on that basis, will the owners stick with him because it only brings more heat on them if they sack him? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I think I don't think the ownership's got many places to hide. I think heat will come on them if they stick with him and he fails, and also if they sack him. Right now, I think heat will go onto him. So I think heat will come onto them either way at the moment because of so many failed and false dawns since Pochettino. So many wrong decisions, so many decisions that haven't been completely followed through as well. I think light should be shed on them either way, whether he stays or goes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But look, let's move on and let's go to. Let's end the poll.
So after 844 votes in the Ange in, Ange out. Ange in 66%, Ange out 33%. So our community is still with Ange.
Ange in is
All
what
right.
people are saying.
Come on.
Let's see what happens after the
Not
Chelsea
so
game.
reactionary, you lot. Come on, big up. I'm proud of that.
Sim's proud.
I'm proud of you lot.
You're going to make him proud.
Come on, so proud.
Let's finish off on doing a review and the predict the Prem for this weekend. We'll start off on review the Prem, going back at all the week's schedule, and we're starting off looking at the score. It's 124 to Sim, 129 to me. The gap ain't so big anymore. The way it works is 5 points for a completely correct scoreline, 2 points for a correct result. And the star man, once you pick that man, you can't pick them again for the rest of the season. 5 points for a goal, 1 point for an assist. And we're going to start off looking back at the Ipswich Palace game. It finished 1-0 to Palace. Similar, you got a 5 pointer, did you?
I
didn't even know.
Yeah, now you know.
I didn't even know. Tuesday, not a text, no nothing.
Nothing. I'll tell you why there was a lack of text in a minute. I'll at the end of the show, I'll tell you. But yeah, 1-0. Good win for Palace away at Ipswich. Good finish by Mateta. Step overs, little flick over the keeper.
Great
as well.
goal. Yeah, great
brilliant goal. Watching this game, I think Palace weren't great, but Ipswich was just struggled to create much, and they found their moment. Palace. It was a bit of a dull game. Ipswich were frustrated they didn't create more, but Palace much needed win. It was the only wins this season against Spurs derby, and Palace got their second win of the season. I was worried. I was slightly worried they were going to draw this game 0-0, and then we would be getting strays if they drew this game 0-0, 100%. So at least there was a winner.
So what are you talking about? You're going to tell me at the end about these? Are you going to find like an extra 10 points at the back of the couch or something?
No. It was because about my star man. I'll tell you about it.
Oh, your star man.
Yeah.
I can't even remember who you had. But anyway, Leicester 3. West Ham 1. It finished, we both predicted 1-1. West Ham, embarrassing really performance from them. Ruud van Nistelrooy's first game proper, and he delivered 3 points. Fulkrug came on and got a consolation goal at the end, but yeah, I mean, West Ham had enough chances, didn't they, to get something out of this game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised, I'm shocked that Lopetegui's still in a job after that, to be honest, albeit, as you say, I mean, Leicester, did they deserve a 3-1 win? Probably not. I think West Ham had more than enough chances to win this game, and they'll be kicking themselves that they didn't take a lot of them. The West Ham keeper the Leicester keeper had to be his very best. But albeit in the second half, it's mad. Leicester had 8 shots and 7 of them were big chances. So when they did go forward, they went forward with a purpose, and they were very much clinical in terms of creating chances, good quality chances against this West Ham team. But West Ham had 31 shots, 5 big chances of themselves, and they just were finding new and creative ways to miss chances as the game went on. It was crazy the amount of chances they missed, and it was saves and over the bar and off the line, and it was just nothing was going right for them. It was just one of those days for Lopetegui. But they also did look very bad defensively. They were completely cut open by Leicester, and Vardy was getting in behind. Daka completely tore them open when he came on as well. So it wasn't like it was all smooth sailing for West Ham. They can't really complain with the goals they conceded, but they can definitely complain that they didn't win the game 4-3 properly. So Lopetegui definitely on his last legs here. This is an El Sakiko tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
On Monday, sorry.
Yeah, literally is. It was Gary O'Neill against Lopetegui. Loser gets sacked, pretty much. But yeah, I didn't really. When you got that 5 points, you go level on points with me as well.
Ruud got a win. First win as well, in charge. Good win for him.
Yeah, very good win.
But it was very similar style to Cooper in that game, though, in terms of how they played, just counter-attacking.
Yeah, to be honest, I think they just got very lucky.
Yeah, maybe it's new manager luck.
Everton against Wolves, 4-0 to Everton, which heaps even more pressure on Gary O'Neill. It's mad, Gary O'Neill, they go and beat Fulham 4-1 away, and then they hold 4 in both of their games after that.
Yeah.
Absolutely mad from Wolves and Gary O'Neill. But look, credit to Everton. 2 own goals from Craig Dawson. He is not having a good time of it at the moment. In the 2 games that they conceded 4, terrible in the last game. He was pretty much playing.
Penalty, did he?
He was pretty much. I mean, it was Sarr that gave away the penalty, but he's the one that put him into trouble. And then 2 own goals in this one. Mangala and Ashley Young. Ashley Young, what was it, with the free kick? Unbelievable. So, yeah, credit to Everton. But no cake on the Dwight McNeil.
No, oh my God. I mean, I'll go more deeper into Dwight McNeil in my star man, but Everton set pieces were absolutely devastating in this game for Wolves. I think Young scored from a free kick. They scored 2 own goals from 2 set pieces as well. They were just all over the place. I've never seen them so lacking organisation in defence. And when you're Gary O'Neill, that's what you'll pride your Wolves side on. I mean, it's not the first time.
Season,
it's not the first time they've conceded a big number of goals. And at this point, you've got to say, is what he's trying to do working? And I don't really know it is at the moment. And I think he's probably, again, on his last legs here. I don't know if he's going to turn it around, to be honest. Got a great win against Fulham, but as you say, held 4 against Bournemouth and now held 4. When you're conceding 4 to Everton, who barely struggled to score, you know something's wrong. And they were completely outdone. I don't even think Everton played that well. They just got the ball in the box and Wolves couldn't deal with it. And really struggled, really diced, 4-0. And to be fair, Everton really needed that win because they got a very tough run coming up now. And it's going to be very difficult to see them getting points. And so that has given them a small buffer. They're now 5 points clear the relegation zone, and they're going to need that buffer for the next 6 games or so, because I think they've got like Arsenal and they've got City and they've got Liverpool. They've got some big games coming up, really big games.
Yeah, Everton's next game is Liverpool, then Arsenal away, then Chelsea at home, then Man City away.
I mean, that's
their
losses,
next 4
surely.
games.
Probably 4 losses, I would say. You never know. Maybe at Goodison they can pull one out the bag, but I can't. I mean,
they rarely lose at home to Liverpool, though. I know they did a couple of years ago. They got battered 4-1, but apart from that, I think they rarely lose there against Liverpool.
So who's going to lose the El Sakaco on Monday? I guess we'll talk about it.
Exactly. We've got to predict the Prem. Not so fast, Tim. Not so fast. Check Predict the Prem. That's coming out soon. But Man City back to winning ways. 3-0 against Nottingham Forest. Sim went for 1-1. I went for 2-1. So I go a point ahead. And I thought they were pretty good, Man City, in this game. They played Jack Grealish in midfield, Pep trying something new. And I always thought Pep is going to find some sort of solution to get results. And I think he definitely did that in this game. And I thought Jeremy Doku was pretty good as well.
Doku was good, but I think the solution is Kevin De Bruyne, because he came into the team and he was absolutely fantastic and he's exactly the shot in the arm they needed. We saw what a big difference Odegaard made when he came back for Arsenal. And I think having that creative spark and someone who can put the bloody ball in the back of the net, as I say again, in the last game, in their last game, I think it was against Spurs, only Haaland had a goal this season in the starting 11. So they needed someone who can actually make a difference in the final third and who's not Haaland. And De Bruyne is obviously that. We know he's had injury problems, but he's the type of player who can make a massive difference. When they get the ball in the final third, they've just looked a bit toothless recently. And if Haaland's not getting the ball in the back of the net, they don't really have anyone who can really be effective in those areas. But with De Bruyne, you just know he can. Came back into the team, got a goal and an assist, was absolutely sensational. I still think their problems haven't disappeared, but at least now they're going to look a lot better going forward. And look, Wood missed a 1-1 at 1-0. If that goes in, it could be a different game. But
they had their chances, Forest.
Yeah, they did, but they did have a few chances. But they didn't have enough kind of ambition in this game to go and actually challenge City enough, like Sporting and maybe Spurs did. And look, and it's no surprise, like Bournemouth, Brighton, Sporting, Spurs, all teams are just going to give it a go. They're always going to go at you, whoever you are. Forest are the kind of team where they adjust, they'll try to be pragmatic, they'll try and hit you on the counter, they're not going to go at you. And City dealt with that a lot more comfortably.
True. And we'll see how it progresses now, but it's definitely
big
a
win.
win.
They needed that.
They needed that because, Liverpool dropped points, which we'll get into in a minute, and also Arsenal keep winning too. So Man City just need to keep the pace at this moment in time. Newcastle against Liverpool is definitely the game of the week. Unbelievable game of football. This finished 3-3. Sim went for 1-1, so he gains a point. He's back on level terms, and I went for 2-1 to Liverpool. I was so close to getting a point as well. What a game of football this was. Newcastle, I've said it, whenever the big games come to town, whenever the big teams come to town, they just find a new level. And I felt like they did. They were so aggressive, weren't they? They were dangerous. Isaac, the goal that put them 1-0 ahead. What a goal that was.
Yeah, brilliant.
They were just going for blow, weren't they, in the second half? It finished 1-0 at half-time, and they were just going blow for blow in the second half. Mohamed Salah, I mean, with the season that he's having...
he just goes into these modes. I'm going to win it now. That's my I'm not letting this pass me by.
He is by far the best player in the Premier League, by far. And yeah, look, they've got.
He even assisted the first one. He got 2 goals after that. They were abject in that first half.
Yeah, they were.
Newcastle bullied them, and
Yeah.
it looked like it's going to be one of those.
They couldn't
away
match the
days.
intensity.
Yeah, but what's actually, in a weird way, I know they dropped points in this one, but what should be really encouraging for Liverpool is on a ground where City and Arsenal.
Well, City drew.
City drew, but in terms of how they played, they both of them found it very, very difficult to turn the tide back in their favour and find solutions and actually put themselves in a position to win the game. And they really struggled to overcome that intensity that Newcastle have. And the positive for Liverpool is they did do that. They even went behind twice, Isaac and then Gordon, and they still were able to make changes, make subs, and go and find a new level where actually, in those last 15 minutes, I know Newcastle, I'll go into the Newcastle equaliser in a bit, but when it went 2-1, they actually couldn't handle Liverpool, Newcastle. It wasn't like 2 lucky moments.
Yeah.
Liverpool really had ramped up the pressure, and Newcastle really struggled to contain Liverpool. And those goals didn't come out of nowhere. It wasn't just 2 moments where they popped up and scored. That was a consequence of big sustained pressure, chances created. Salah was hitting the bar, they were getting the balls in the box, and Newcastle couldn't handle it. And that was very different to when Arsenal and City went there, where Newcastle actually dealt with them pretty comfortably, and they couldn't find that another level to go. And now obviously the massive down point for Liverpool is that massive mistake in the last minute.
Kelleher,
what are you doing? Because he's just let it go, thought he was going out of play.
Great finish though.
Great finish. Don't get me wrong, but Newcastle were done. Liverpool had taken control of that game. They got back in the lead. Brilliant goals from Salah. Trent, by the way, making a massive impact when he came on off the bench with 2 brilliant assists. And you thought, wow, Liverpool, what a win this would be. This would be a brilliant turnaround to win at St James's Park. Unfortunately for them, they did end up conceding a game. But that wasn't a consequence of them not being able to handle Newcastle's pressure. That was a consequence of a major fuck-up by Kelleher at the end.
However, Newcastle looked like they were on a really serious attack, and then the ref blew up right in the last minute.
Which oh my God, if you're a Newcastle fan, you are absolutely fuming.
Time was up though. Time was up. It was 10 seconds over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I always want the referee to I think there should be a rule that the whistle only gets blown once the ball goes out. Because I hate this. I don't understand why. One of my big pet peeves is the referee waiting for the goalkeeper to kick a long goal kick and then blowing up. It's what are you waiting for? If you're going to blow up after a long goal kick, just blow the bloody game. I don't understand why you wait for him to punt the ball up the pitch to blow up. I think there should be a rule that once time is up, you play until the ball goes out.
It's because he doesn't want to run down the other end of the pitch and pick up the ball.
Maybe. Well, yeah, you're probably right, these lazy bloody referees. But I think just change the rules. It's so simple. Once time is up, you play until there's a stop in play, and then that's full time. I think it's simple. But look, my point being is that when I watched that performance from Liverpool, that actually, in a weird way, made me more convinced that they're actually going to be in this for the long haul, for me, it actually did, because I didn't see the other title challengers go to St James's Park and do that and actually go to a new level where they upped their game so much where they should have won the game and Newcastle couldn't handle it. The other sides went there and actually Newcastle were kind of comfortable. So for me, if Liverpool could do that at St James's Park, that gives me confidence that they can actually consistently do that throughout the season. You know what?
I completely agree. And I'm looking at the way the other teams are playing, and Arsenal didn't put in such a great performance against Man United this weekend during the week, and I feel like, I know I said to you last week on this show that 8 points isn't such a significant gap in terms of this point of the season. The gap is 7 points now, I think, right?
Yeah.
7 points between Arsenal and Liverpool, and I think, what is it between Man City and Liverpool? I think it's 10 points.
It was 9 points before, and now it's 7.
Yeah, sorry, it was 9 points, now it's 7. And between Man City and Liverpool?
So it's 8.
8. No.
Yeah, they're 8 points behind because they won, yeah.
Okay.
So they were 11 before.
Okay, so I feel like...
Yeah, they're 11 and now they're... Sorry, 1 minute. They are 9.
Yeah. So I was saying that 8 points isn't such a significant gap at this moment in time, but this was before this kind of performance and result. And this performance and result has made me, and the form of Mo Salah this season, has made me pretty certain that Liverpool, this run isn't slowing down.
That's the thing.
Pretty much.
But not only do they need Liverpool to slow down, but they need to take advantage every time, and they have to hope that when they slip up, Liverpool don't take advantage.
I know, but look, there is still a long way to go. It is not even halfway through the season yet.
I know, but from what I've seen so far,
I agree.
Liverpool.
But things can change in the course of the season. Let's say Mo Salah gets an injury or Van Dijk gets an injury. That'll be pivotal and that'll be detrimental to Liverpool, because those two players I think are so important, and Gravenberch as well, to be honest. But Arsenal, from now until the new year, they've got a really favourable run of fixtures. So if Liverpool drop any points, I think Arsenal will probably go and win every game from now until the new year with the fixtures that they have. So Liverpool, I think, probably need to do that as well, but they've got harder fixtures.
Yeah, but they need to drop in 3 games.
No, not till the end of the year. That's the end of the season.
Yeah, but I'm saying if Arsenal are going to be overtaking them, that's 3 games still.
Yeah,
but then Arsenal fixtures are going to come hard again, and then and also Liverpool have been able to deal with hard fixtures so far.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, but like I said, at this moment in time, with the way the two teams are playing, with the Mo Salah factor, with Liverpool's ability to be consistent and grind out these results, it's looking like it's Liverpool's year. But you just never know what can happen over the course of a season as well.
It'd be interesting to see if that result, does it take a dent for them in terms of their belief, or is there even more belief because of how they turned it around against Newcastle and should have won? It'll be interesting.
No, I think that keeps the belief going, that result. Even though they let it slip in the last minute, I think they know it's just down to one man's error, and the way they played and the way they kept fighting in that second half will give them the belief, I think.
I agree.
Southampton against Chelsea, 5-1 to Chelsea. Sim went for 2-1, I went for 3-2, so we both gain a point. We're just going blow for blow here in Predict the Prem. Or maybe not the next game, oh geez. And look, Southampton had a few chances at the beginning, went down to 10 men, it was 3-1. Chelsea fully deserved it. Much changed team from both sides, wasn't it? And Chelsea looked very, very comfortable.
Yeah, look, I think it was interesting. First 20 minutes, it was quite an even game, and actually Southampton started quicker. They created a few chances. Aribo had a really good chance who missed, and then Chelsea scored from a corner. Then Southampton very quickly equalised for Aribo, and you're thinking, wow, they're giving him a game. And then Southampton do what Southampton do. Keeper plays it straight to Nkunku, gives him an open goal. That's 2-1. Madueke with a brilliant goal. That's 3-1. And then what was quite fun, not funny, but Stevens pulls Cucurella's hair.
Did a Romero.
Romero didn't get sent off for it. And Stevens did. But what was quite interesting is when I saw people's reaction to it, I saw a lot of people saying it wasn't a red card. I was like, everyone went mad about Romero doing it and saying it was. And now people are saying this one wasn't. Albeit maybe Romero's was a bit more of an aggressive hair pull. But what is Stevens doing? So stupid. You can't. Why are you pulling his hair when you're 3-1 down? Like, you're only asking for trouble. As soon as they're down to 10 men, it's game over. And Chelsea ripped them to shreds. And in fact, the chances they created, it should have been way worse than 5. Yeah, because they missed so many sitters. Chelsea. It's almost like they did, a lot of the time they were taking mercy. They just missed sitter after sitter. But also it was a example of the firepower they have. Nkunku scored. All their forward players.
Nkunku, Madueke, Sancho comes on and scores.
Yeah, it shows their firepower. And shows how confident they are. They took them to the sword. Look, beating Southampton away 5-1 is good. They are bottom of the league, but a lot of people saying they're taking notice of Chelsea now after that result. Big result.
Yeah, I still think in terms of a title race, when I compare them to the other chasing pack in Man City and Arsenal, I just don't think they have enough in defence. I think when they sort that out in the summer, I think they're going to be a very dangerous team for the years to come. But right now, I think they're still a little bit short in the back line.
Yeah, but maybe if you're Chelsea, you'll think, if we just go toe-to-toe with teams, we can outscore anyone with that front line. And maybe that's how they're going to feel. Look, great win for them.
That was supposed to be us.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we have Werner. And they've got other players.
Yeah, but Chelsea on great form at the moment. And it was only a week or two ago we were sitting there being only 2 points behind them. And the gap's definitely separated now.
8 points.
Arsenal against Manchester United, 2-0 to Arsenal on the day. Sim went for 3-2, I went for 2-2, and for the first time in a very long time, Sim has gone ahead in Predict the Prem. Yeah, I mean, the first half was such a boring game of football, wasn't it? Man U set up to frustrate, and they definitely were doing that. Arteta was getting very frustrated on the sidelines. Arsenal couldn't break them down for love nor money. Man United weren't really a threat going the other way either. It was just a really kind of boring game of football, a bit of a chess match.
Wait, Arsenal player for Stoke?
Yeah, literally. Arteta, was it the Paella Pulis,
Exactly.
Mikel Arteta? I swear, he is the most frustrating manager. It's embarrassing, man, as well, with the talent that they have, why they can't just like break teams down. And with Odegaard playing as well, like.
But it's mad, these corners. Even though they scored 2, and they had about 4 or 5 like gilt-edged chances on top of that. It's like no one can stop them.
They created 5 big chances in the game. I want to know how many of those were from corners.
I think probably all of them are.
Because they scored. I think they created a few chances at 2-0 towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
But that's the only time that they really opened Man United out, when Man United had to come out.
They just, I don't know what it is. They put them on a plate and no one seems to be able to find a solution to it.
The delivery from Declan Rice was just incredible. It really was incredible. Every single time he had a corner. I think they had 11 corners or 12 corners on the day or something. And like every single one caused so much problems for Man United.
Amorim says he says that the Arsenal wingers always go on the outside so they can win corners. That's what he says.
And I think Arteta mentioned something after the game about it, saying, I love having corners because you can put so many players in the box. It's an opportunity to score. So
if they win the league just scoring corners every week,
nah, they won't.
If they do that, that would just, I don't know where football's heading if they win a league just scoring corner after corner.
Yeah,
it's madness. They're like every week they're getting goals from corners.
Man United were poor though.
Yeah, they struggled to really. I thought there was one moment where it could have all changed when De Ligt has that chance from a free kick, forces an amazing save out of Rea. That makes it 1-1. I thought at that moment, United looked like they could get back in the game. He missed the chance, and then not long after that, Arsenal scored their second goal.
I tell you what, though, I was saying before the game, I didn't really understand the lineup from Man U because Rashford's been scoring since Amorim has come in. Amad Diallo has been one of their best players. And Ahmad, he looked dangerous when he came on. He started running at them a little bit. But Rashford was embarrassing when he came on, man. He looked like he just didn't want to be there, didn't give a shit. He wasn't pressing, he wasn't tracking back, he wasn't doing nothing. Rashford was totally embarrassing when he came on. But Amad Diallo looks a real talent.
You know who I liked is Lenny Oro. I thought he looked good.
Yeah, he did. On. That challenge.
Yeah, he looked really like a first bit of action for United, 18-year-old at the Emirates. I thought he came on and cleared himself well, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of him soon. Yeah. Clearly, he's still trying to find his balance, Amorim. It's always going to be difficult going to the Emirates. But to be fair, credit to him because for large parts of that game, they did limit Arsenal, but can't stop those pesky corners in Arsenal.
It was a corner that turned the game. That's all it was.
Yeah, it was because, that goal, they didn't really look like scoring before that goal. So there you go, Arsenal, the corner kings, unfortunately. But it was a good win for them because they've got some easier games coming up. This was probably one of the ones where you think is a bit tougher, and they got through it. So 2-0.
Villa against Brentford up next. 3-1 to Villa. Villa back to winning ways as well. After a while, it's been a win for them. We went for 2-1. Brentford carrying on their away form. Yeah, always thought Villa were going to win this because they just had to win at some point. And I think Brentford been one of the worst teams away from home this season. So, yeah, good win for Villa. And I think Watkins back on form as well.
Yeah, Watkins goal, goal and assist. And Matt Cash with a goal at the back post as well.
They were great goal from Rodgers.
Yeah, Rodgers, brilliant on the edge of the area. He needs to bring more into that in his game because he's got such quality. He's got such ability, dribbling and being direct. And if he adds that final third end product with that kind of quality, he could be one of the best in that position there. He's got brilliant ability, Morgan Rodgers. But yeah, Brentford, I think, were guilty of shooting themselves in the foot on too many occasions. Similar to when they came to the Tottenham Stadium, just like way too easy to be bypassed in transition, way too weak away from home. And they ended up paying the price for it. And Villa were 3-0 up within, half an hour?
Yeah.
So they had the game won. Albeit, Brentford got a goal back, and there was a small period where you thought, maybe if they get another goal, Villa will be in trouble. But they didn't quite find their moments. And Villa got a much-needed victory, so good win for them.
Fulham against Brighton, 3-1 win for Fulham and Marco Silva at Craven Cottage. We went for 2-2, big result for Fulham. You know, they lose 4-1 at home to Wolves, and you're thinking, oh, what's going on with Fulham here? And they've responded with a draw where they should have won at Tottenham, and also a 3-1 win here against Brighton, a really good Brighton side as well. So you've got to give credit to Fulham and Marco Silva. It's not like
they did to Fulham what Wolves did to them.
Yeah, pretty much.
They did to Brighton, what Wolves did to them.
Pretty much, because Brighton had their chances, you know, João Pedro and the like, and they just did a counter-attacking display, and Iwobi getting 2 goals.
Yeah, and wow, Iwobi, good form he's on. I thought he played really well on the weekend as well. He's having a great season. Look, I didn't watch this game because I was obviously we were here covering Tottenham, but look, Fulham up into 6th, just behind Brighton, and in great form, and they're both teams showing quality and ability to consistently keep getting results at the moment, or stay within in there. So brilliant win for them, and always tough to beat out at Craven Cottage.
Yeah. And last but not least, Bournemouth against Spurs, 1-0 to Bournemouth. Sim went for 2-2. I went for 2-1 to Bournemouth. So quite amazingly, we finished level pegging this weekend, 134 each. I mean, look, Bournemouth more than deserved the victory. Could have been 5 or 6. I thought Spurs actually started the game pretty well. But we just let the game pass us by. And in that moment where we really need to put the foot on the gas, we literally just let Bournemouth kill us. Absolutely kill us.
Yeah. Got a stupid goal from a corner, completely free heist at the back post. Tottenham had their chances, but in the last half an hour fell apart, and it was really worrying how badly we did fall apart in that last half an hour. It was literally Bournemouth shooting practice, and flattered Tottenham there was only 1-0 in the end. So big question marks for Ange. A lot of soul searching to do right now. We're in a bit of a funk, and this was another example of it. And look, Bournemouth, we know Bournemouth are a good side, and we know they can beat anyone at home. They've shown that already this season. So it's not that we lost; it's just more how the manner of that last half an hour and how embarrassing it was. And even though they've beaten sides, you still expect Tottenham to go there and be better than they were and give them more of a game. And Bournemouth were way too comfortable.
Yeah. And the star men, I went for Nicholas Jackson, who didn't even get on the pitch, and Sim went.
Oh my God, Dwight McNeil. Can I say this is the biggest robbery that he's received absolutely nothing for this game. Pretty much all their goals came from Dwight McNeil, and he somehow ended with 0. I was watching the goal show, and Everton go 1-0 up, and I'm what's it called? They show the goal. Dwight McNeil whips it in. Goal. Tarkas. Bam! I'm about to text Ben. I'm texting Ben. McNeil just got an assist. And all of a sudden, VAR. I was like, God save VAR. And it wasn't even the goal scorer who was offside. It was like a different player who was offside who interfered or something. Goal ruled out. Like, for God's sake. All right, fine. Chance at Everton. McNeil whips one in, hits the post. I was like, oh my God, McNeil. Everything's coming through McNeil. And then I'm like, okay. And then another corner comes in. And go goal at Everton. Corner. McNeil whips it in. Calvert-Lewin heads it. I was like, yeah, come on. McNeil says he's got his thing. And then I'll replay to Craig Dawson own goal. I'm like, oh, for God's sake, Craig Dawson. Even though Calvert-Lewin heads it onto Dawson and he handballs in, Craig Dawson own goal. McNeil doesn't get anything. Like, all right, God, it's been all through McNeil, gets nothing. Second half, goal at Everton, 4-0. I'm like, okay, let's show the goal. McNeil whips it in. Calvert-Lewin heads him, like, come on, he gets an assist again, let's go. And then even the commentators like, Calvert-Lewin's going to claim this one, they're not taking this one away from Calvert-Lewin, he said. That's what they said, the commentator. He's like, this one's Calvert-Lewin. Sure, like, he's going to claim this one, there's no taking this one off Calvert-Lewin. Like, all right, he's got it, Calvert-Lewin's got his goal, McNeil assist. Oh, on further inspection, it goes in Craig Dawson's boot, another Craig Dawson own goal. McNeil doesn't get the assist. It's a Craig Dawson is on who puts it in. And so even though he got 3 assists on this game, he gets nothing on Predict the Prem because he doesn't get an official assist. So I end with 0. I thought it was an unbelievable pick, and somehow the football gods have conspired for me to get absolutely nothing. I
think that's you got to take that up with the dubious goals panel.
I think I'm going to put an appeal in.
I think you should
to WeAreTottenhamTV hierarchy.
I think you need to put an appeal to the Premier League.
The Premier League, because McNeil should be getting something. He should be getting something for that, even if it's I don't know what you call I don't know, exception points. Something.
You're going for pity points now, are you?
Exceptions. There should be exceptions. Come on. Dwight McNeil should have got something out of that.
But quite unbelievably, at the end of Review the Prem this week, we finish off 134 apiece. And we said during this period, the December period, which hasn't even kicked off properly yet, well, it's at the beginning stages of it. We said there's a lot of points to be won, and Sim has overturned, what was it, like a 15-point deficit at some point. So, well done to that. But we move on to another round of predictions, another week of Premier League action, weekend 15 in the Premier League. And we're starting off with the Merseyside derby. It is Everton against Liverpool. 1-0 to Liverpool is the prediction from both of us. And we all know it's a very difficult place to go for Liverpool. A couple of years ago, they won 4-1, but apart from that, wins are few and far between for Liverpool. But I feel like this year, the air of kind of invincibility Liverpool have about them, only losing one game right at the very beginning to Nottingham Forest. Everton, on the back of a 4-0 win, obviously they'll come into it with a bit of confidence, and it's going to be backs against the wall for Everton for the majority of the game. And I think they'll put in a performance and perform well. But I think Liverpool just find something and they'll win 1-0.
Yeah, I remember last season Everton beat them, but at Goodison, but that was right at the end of Klopp's era, and Klopp's reign, and the title charger collapsed, and they'd really just fell away in that game. And I think this game, that belief's still there.
And they were fighting to stay up at that point as well.
Yeah, they're fighting for everything. I think big win for Everton on midweek, but I think it might have taken a lot out of them. I think it's going to be a close game. It's going to be a very aggressive game. Everton are going to put in absolutely everything. But Liverpool have shown that ability just to get over the line, especially in these tough away games. I think it's going to be a close game, but I've gone for a 1-0 win to Liverpool.
Aston Villa against Southampton again. We've gone for the exact same scoreline. Not many differentials this week so far. But yeah, we're both going for back-to-back Villa wins.
To be fair for Southampton, they've got Tyler, I can't remember his name,
Harwood Bellis.
Harwood Bellis is his name, yeah. They've got him back, and they've got Tyler Dibbling back. So going to have, and last time they went away from home, got a really good draw away at Brighton. So can't count them out, but I think Villa live for these kind of games where there's space, there's transitions, Watkins running in behind. They're going to be waiting for Southampton, I feel. And I think Southampton will dominate. I think they'll be able to cause Villa problems, but I feel like, again, defensively, they're just too all over the place, and I think Villa will exploit it. So I've gone for Villa to get the win. 3-1.
Yeah, pretty much the same. I think Villa at home on the back of a win should be a confidence boost that they need. Southampton did rest quite a few players in midweek, so maybe some of them will come into it fresh. The players that you'll talk about returning as well, with Dibbling, who's been brilliant this season.
He's man, I'm excited to be really convinced by him.
Yeah, I agree. How old is he?
He's 19, I think.
19, yeah, very really good player. So I think Southampton can cause Villa problems, but I just think, like, with the confidence boost, being at home, I just can't see anything but a Villa win. So I've gone for 3-1 as well. This next game's really interesting. Brentford against Newcastle. Sim's gone for 2-2. I've gone for 3-2 to Brentford. So very close to going the same. But yeah, Brentford, I think one of, if not the best home team in the league this season. Newcastle, not so great on the road, and I feel like it's going to be an end-to-end game. I think there's going to be goals at both ends, and I just think I'm just backing the home team to get the 3 points here. 3-2.
Yeah, good performance by Newcastle at home to Liverpool in midweek, albeit they very nearly lost the game. I think Brentford, very good, as you say, at home. I just see it being... But Newcastle need to get points on the board. They need to win this game. Brentford at home, they're such a confident mood. I can see them exploiting Newcastle as well. So on for a bit of a balmy game. So 2-2.
Palace against Man City, quite amazingly, the same scoreline again in 1-1 here. Crystal Palace against Man City.
Palace against City is always that fixture. Palace seem to always get one over on them for some reason. And that three at the back system, I think Eze now...
You say that,
more minutes.
The last time Crystal Palace have taken points against City, they had a draw in 2022 and a draw in 2017, but every single other game since 2015 has been a City win at Crystal Palace.
At Palace. But I'm saying Palace
At
City.
Palace, yeah.
I'm saying Palace City. At Etihad, they get points, don't they?
Yeah.
So I've got a feeling that they might get something out of this game as well. I know City got a brilliant win, but I think Palace going to have a bit more adventure to them with the wing backs and with Eze there as well, and at home, small congested pitch. I can see City really struggling to find space, and I think, I know De Bruyne is back in and he can make a difference, but I don't know. I've just got a feeling that Palace, especially Ismaili Assar, brilliant in transition as well. I think he can make a difference. So I'll go for Palace to get a point here, 1-1.
Yeah, and also Palace have also had a bit of an uptick in form the last couple of weeks. 2 good draws, decent draws against Villa and Newcastle, and then a 1-0 win away at Ipswich as well. So I think Palace, when the big boys come to town, they usually raise their game as well. So yeah, I've gone for 1-1 as well. Man United against Nottingham Forest. Sim's gone for 2-1 to United. I've gone for 2-2. I think, it's going to be a bit of a dull game, I believe, in this one. Man U are going to sit with 3 at the back. Forest are going to try and sit back and hit them on the transition. But I also feel like there just could be some goals at either end. I think both Man United don't really know how to play the Amorim system again, so I think there'll be a few frailties there, albeit they did look solid at times against Arsenal. But Nottingham Forest, in their own right, have been really good this season, so I think they can find some goals via set pieces. Chris Wood's been on fire, so I've gone for 2-2.
Yeah, I went for United to win 2-1 at home under the new manager. I think obviously they're playing that 3 at the back system, and it leads to different kind of tactical elements to it. I think maybe Bruno's going to get a bit more space. Maybe they'll bring Amad Diallo back into the side. Obviously, Forest have been good this season, but I think the last few games they've lacked that bit of adventure, and I think they might struggle to get beyond that Man United back 3. So I've gone for United to shade it 2-1 here.
Next up, Fulham against Arsenal. London derby at Craven Cottage. Sim's gone for 2-1 to Arsenal.
Yeah, two corners and a 2-1, I think, for Arsenal. I think Fulham have been great at the Cottage. It's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a close game. But I think Arsenal will go over the line. I can see them. I do see them winning here. And I think Fulham, as good as they are, will they be able to stop the Arsenal set-piece onslaught? And that's what I question. And I think it might be 1-1 going late into the game, and they'll get a late corner and score something like that. So I've gone for a 2-1 win for Arsenal.
Yeah, I've gone for 1-1. I can see Fulham really frustrating Arsenal in this game, and
I think you've gone for Arsenal to draw 3 of their last 4 games.
Probably, yeah. One of them's going to hit. One of them's going to hit. I'm trying to manifest it into existence, but no, I think Fulham at Craven Cottage are a really tough nut to crack, and I think Arsenal will find problems with them, kind of trying to break them down. And with Fulham on the transition as well, they've got really good players with the likes of Iwobi, who's going to be chomping at the bit to do something against his old club. They've got Smith Rowe as well, who will be doing the same.
Iwobi, Nelson and Smith Rowe.
I think Nelson might be out for this game, though.
Is he?
I think he might be injured. I might have seen that somewhere. I might have just imagined it, but I think Nelson might be out for this game. And they've got up front, they've got Raul Jimenez, who was actually rested in midweek, so hopefully he'll be back at it. So, look, Arsenal got talent as well where they can really hurt Fulham, but I just feel like it's going to be a really hard game for Arsenal, so I just went for 1-1. Next up is Ipswich against Bournemouth. For the first time, we've gone for opposite scoreline. Sim's gone for 2-0 to Bournemouth, and I have gone for 2-1 to Ipswich. And I feel Bournemouth are just not the same team as they are away from home. And I feel like they put in a big effort on Thursday night. I don't think there's going to be many changes in the team as well, so they could go into this a little bit leggy. So I feel at home, Ipswich sometimes haven't got the points that they deserve, and I feel like it's going to be an interesting game of football, but I've gone for Ipswich to nick this one 2-1.
Yeah, I was just basing it off what I was seeing from Ipswich against Palace, and they showed very little, unfortunately. They didn't really offer too much. I know Bournemouth are a different kind of case, and they are a bit more on the front foot, so there should be a bit more space for Ipswich here. And also, they're desperate for points because they got their first win against Spurs, but haven't really kicked on when it comes to getting wins on the board. I just feel like Bournemouth, with the quality they got in that front line, will be able to carve them open a bit. And I really see Ipswich really struggling with the physicality of Bournemouth. So I went for a 2-0 win.
Next up is Leicester against Brighton. It finished 2-1 to Brighton. Oh, sorry, we predict 2-1 to Brighton in this game. Both of us with the same scoreline again. I feel like it was a bit of a fortuitous win for Ruud van Nistelrooy against West Ham, and West Ham really didn't take their chances. But I don't think Brighton will be so forgiving as West Ham. Obviously, as well, they drop points in midweek and they're going to want to respond to that. So I think Brighton will be too strong here, 2-1.
Yeah, obviously Ruud got a great start to his Leicester career, but as you say, I thought they got a bit lucky, and if they give those chances to Brighton, I don't think they'll come away victorious. But I also do think on the counter-attack they were pretty effective, and I do think they'll get chances against this Brighton team. So 2-1 to Brighton.
Tottenham against Chelsea, which is the last game of the weekend. I believe there's no Monday night football, is there?
There is.
Oh, there is.
Sakiko.
Oh, yeah. The second last game, sorry. Tottenham against Chelsea. I've gone for 3-1 to Chelsea. Sim has gone for 3-2 to Chelsea.
Yeah, I think we can give them a game. I think we can open them up and we can create chances. But can we stop them going the other way? Their firepower has been brilliant and electric in recent weeks. It's going to be a barnstorming game. I think we know that Tottenham need a reaction. We only know one way of playing. We're going to go at Chelsea. We're going to be aggressive. Chelsea as well haven't won too many big games away from home. But their firepower's on form. Palmer's in the form of his life. Tottenham are really struggling to contain transitions at times. In a way, it could suit the Tottenham this game if it is a bit more transitional and they sit a bit deeper. But Chelsea's firepower at the moment, they're just riding a wave of confidence. And I don't know, it's struggling to see Tottenham containing it. So 3-2 to Chelsea.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch both teams in midweek, it's hard to predict anything for Tottenham out of this game. However, whenever me and Sim both predict a loss, it usually does turn out to be a win.
Exactly.
I think you missed a trick there, not predicting Bournemouth to win on the weekend, because maybe we would have won. But
My fault.
now we have both predicted Chelsea wins, so it means Tottenham probably will win. But look, I've gone for 3-1. I think it could be a good game of football and both teams going at each other for the majority of the game. But I feel like in the latter stages of the game, Spurs are going to look very leggy. Chelsea rested a number of players in midweek. So I think fitness and energy will play a massive part towards the latter stage. So I've gone for 3-1 to Chelsea. And last game is the El Sakiko, West Ham against Wolves. We've both gone for opposite scorelines here. Sim's gone for 3-0 to West Ham. I've gone for 1-0 to Wolves. I feel it will be Julian Lopetegui's last game. I feel like there's rumours and of rifts in the camp and not a happy camp there. Wolves, on the other hand, I mean, they've held 4 in their last couple of games. I think Gary O'Neill is going to drill it into them. They just need to be defensively sound and defensively solid in this game. And look, West Ham do have Fulkrig coming back, so it could be a big option for them. But no rhyme or reason, really. I just had to pick a winner here, so I've gone for 1-0 to Wolves.
And I think it'll be O'Neill's last game. And I think, look, West Ham, for all their faults against Leicester, they did create a lot of opportunities and they should have scored a lot more goals. Wolves just looked completely out of sorts away at Everton and they didn't even look like scoring. And with Fulkrig back maybe starting in this one, maybe that can make a difference to their finishing ability. They've still got so much quality as well. And they had, look, as much as, Lopetegui could be on his last legs, against Newcastle they played well. Arsenal, obviously, were terrible, and Leicester, they should have scored a lot more goals. So I've seen a bit more from West Ham than they are from Wolves in recent weeks. And I just feel like if they create the same level of chances against Leicester as they do against Wolves, they did against Leicester, I think they'll score a few more goals. And Lopetegui, he saved his job a few times already this season. I think there's another opportunity to do so. So I'm going for 3-0 to West Ham and bye-bye to Gary O'Neill.
And last but not least, it's the Star Men. Sim has gone for Morgan Rogers on the back of a sensational goal for him. And I have gone for Johan Wissa, who has been in sensational form for pretty much all season. Obviously, Brentford are playing Newcastle at home.
Yeah.
So I feel like Brentford have obviously been brilliant at home this season, scoring bundles amount of goals. Wissa has been exceptional in pretty much all of them. So I'm backing him to get a goal.
Yeah, Rodgers at home to Southampton off the back of a really great performance from him at home to Brentford. Scored a brilliant goal. Maybe he's got that goal-scoring touch, and I think he'll find the back of the net in this one. So, yeah, Morgan Rogers.
All right, so a long old stream for you guys comes to an end. 4 hours and 6 minutes. I think that must be a record, surely.
It's a long one.
It's got to be a record.
Long old stream.
Yeah, big up to everyone that stuck around these whole 4 hours. We'll be back, I think, obviously game day on Sunday, and we'll be back in the studio making content for you guys on Monday, looking back at the Chelsea game. So looking forward to that. Let's hope it's a happy weekend for Tottenham Hotspur, but we'll see you all very soon. Like, subscribe and comment, and as always, come on you Spurs.